I am late, I know. We'll get going here. I have to do a few things here. There's one or two other things here. Let's turn you on. I have to have some music. Where do I put the bash file? Supposed to put that stuff goes in .bashrc. That's where that goes. So yeah. I'm gonna do a little test on Twitch here as well. I kind of want to play the John Wick music tonight, but I think I'm gonna need something different. If you guys need music in the background because I put you to sleep, I understand. I'm gonna go ahead and play this one. Yeah. All right. Okay. So, it's been 24 hours. Sessions yesterday. Yes, we did deflare. We'll talk about that in a second. Let me make sure this is working for a second. I won't have to mess with it after this. Yep. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. All right. I mean, I will try to get better on time. I'm getting more and more tools that help me like immediately start on time. Today I will report that we had a bunch of massive achievements as far as I'm concerned. I know they seem small to others, but to me it was big. We finished setting up actually not me, Vera set up the IRC server on chat.rwx.gg. You can go and join our Discord if you want him to add you a ZNC entry, which allows you to bounce if you need to. I plan on doing an entire video. I almost did it earlier today, but I just didn't have the energy. I had to go to bed. I was so tired. So we are going to be doing a video just about IRC, how to use IRC as a part of this crowd. It'll be under Tools of Technologists, and it'll go over every layer of IRC that you would want to use from just going to the website. So if you are watching this on Twitch or if you're watching it from YouTube, neither of those have chat activated. Twitch, unfortunately, has a very lame way of doing that. I have to turn on subscribers only mode, and I have to, have to be following for 3 months. I have to do a bunch of other hacks to disable the chat. And so I tend to get people ask questions from Twitch about, why. It really is too bad. I mean, all they had to really do is add a method for disabling chat. But chat is such a fundamental part of Twitch's paradigm, And I've done another video on why I left Twitch. I don't plan on discussing it today at all. The TLDR of that is that Twitch is an inferior service that promotes wasteful use of emoji chat and lame communication, and does not allow people to have transcoding. It does not allow you to have chapter headings in your videos. Limits your number of VODs, is frequently down, has a horrible technology API. I mean, I could go on, but I'm done with Twitch. I'm going to continue pushing video content to Twitch because I know a lot of the, my community started there, and some people like to use Twitch to like bounce around to different channels, during the night and come back and see what Mr. Rob's doing during break. And I get it. So I've gone back to dual streaming, and I'm telling you this because that's what I did today. That's why I was late. So today, I, with the help of Red Panda and Vera, I was able to set up a dual stream. So right now, my OBS computer, I'll tell you about it later, but right now my computer is dual streaming to Twitch and to YouTube, and those are the only places. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Vera. So, and it turns out that it's actually not a problem at all. It was really, really easy. And I'm going to do a video just about how to do that so that you can avoid having to use a service like Restream, which puts branding and stuff and is also slow. We found that Restream has a lot of problems actually when it comes to streaming to multiple, particularly if you're only going to stream to two things. If you're only going to stream to two things or three things even, you really don't need Restream. You can have two direct streams, and so far it's working. And as you can see, 1, 2, 3. That's a 3-second lag. That's the lowest. That's the highest. Let's see, the lowest latency I've ever had on any stream, both in YouTube and Twitch. So by doing this and getting Restream out of the way and moving to IRC, we've like improved the streaming, the live streaming session more than anything else. Yeah. I don't need to. Okay, so I have a few comments there. I'm going to go take those comments. I'm also allowing people to connect because it takes a little bit of time for people to get notified. So that's why I'm stalling. Learning web design online. Okay, thanks for the stuff, the changes there. And let's see what else we got. API limit issue with the things. Interesting. So Vera has also been working on some. He's just taking things and going crazy with it, which is great because there's so much to do, right? Which is another reason if you guys want something to do, we have lots of code for you to work on if you want to work on something new. So people are asking when was did we do a stream yesterday? Yes, we did a stream yesterday, and it was a different name. The name was we're going to build a web server. We're going to talk about that as soon as everybody gets in here. What time? Yeah, I know. It's pretty tough. Z, you can set your own name if you want to, right? You don't have to, but if you go back out, you can enter that and you can change your name. So let me probably show that real quick. Yeah, you get credit. Yeah, I'm trying to pull every 5 minutes. Oh yeah, we're not going to be able to do that. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Thank heavens we're not going to need to do it. Yeah, you're going to pipe bump him. We're going to be doing a bunch of streams about how to use the YouTube API as well when we get into this. I already have the Twitch API done. I did it like a year ago. There's a pub sub API. Nice. When you go live, that's cool. That's what we need. All right, so I think we're almost ready. Let's go back and look at who we got. Now, unfortunately, the one downside of this, and this is something it's very easy to write a tool for this, and I just haven't done it yet, is to look at the numbers of people that are in both services. So, which is a little bit hard on the system because I am dual streaming. So to dual stream and also to have, monitors up on both Twitch and YouTube to see what's going on those services, that can, so far, I don't know, let's see if it slows us down, shall we? So at this point I have the creator dashboard, stream manager. So 2 streams here. Yep. Oh, look at that. Do we get higher transcoding? Please tell me we have higher transcoding on Twitch. So anyway, and you know what? I think I'm probably just going to leave these 2 up, and we're gonna do a test today. So let me show you what I'm talking about, and then we'll get right into it. So this is how you join. So you can just go to rwxrob.live, and you can click on chat at the top. Or if you want to remember it, it's chat.rwx.gg. And then here's your name here. You can change your name to something, and you can click on start. And if you know what having a password means, later on you can authenticate to lock down your password. Your username. Otherwise, you can just see if it's being used, and it's not a problem. But if you want to choose a different nickname there, you can go ahead and and do that. So IRC, I'm going to avoid the tendency to want to talk about IRC right now. But as you can see, it goes on. I have transcoding on Twitch. Nice. So we're going to leave the page here. So I just wanted to show you that really quick. And then this is how I am going to be managing it from now on. Before I was looking at Restream. But as you can see, this right here could be a problem. So I'm going to go ahead and just, the only time I have these two monitors on, and I probably should do this in a separate video. This is off topic, but I'm so proud that we got it to work. So both of these streams are coming from this computer. There's no extras in anywhere. There's a GStreamer service running, Nginx service that's posting 2 streams, and I know this is beginners, but I'm super proud of this, so I just wanted to show it. So I'm going to go ahead and pause this because we don't need that to be burning up bandwidth. See, this is why we're still doing Twitch. We have Twitch here. To my Twitch users, to my Twitch users, if you're here, again, go to rbxrob.live if you want to be able to chat. You don't have to, but if you want to do that, you can come on in. Some of you are probably already in there. If you want to be able to make comments. And so yeah, we're going to keep doing that. I think my followers is actually going down. Yeah, I think it's going down since I bashed on it. I don't know why I'm doing this. I just think it's funny. Oh no, I guess not. I guess it's still going up. Well, okay. It is what it is. All right, let's get to it, shall we? That's enough stalling. Is everybody in here? Yeah, Vera, you've done a lot. Thank you so much. So here's the live stream. You know what? When I reloaded this though, it came back. I need to keep it from doing that. I want to save CPU cycles, so I don't want anything to go crazy. This one has been off as well. So we're gonna go ahead and close this guy. And I'll pause that. And I should be able to run ads and stuff like that, but we'll do that during the breaks. So, it is what it is. It's fun. I don't think you can even run ads. Can you run ads here? Can you run ads? Edit stream information. Why would I even run an ad though? Start watch party, toggle follower only chat, clear chat history, toggle emotes only chat. Host channel, start loot gifting. Why would you ever turn on emote only chat, by the way? Add stream marker. I can't imagine why you would do that. It just seems really weird to me. Start a watch party. If your Prime viewers, if your other Prime people can actually watch movies. That might be fun. That might be fun. We might have to do that sometime. If we did that, we would still stay in IRC for everything. Because I'm 12, what are you talking about? All right, so yeah, nothing else I need to do here. All right, let's go here. We got our viewers. I don't expect we're gonna have a massive amount of viewers at this hour and everything. So, but I had to go through these things because I have made a lot of changes and I don't want to screw everything up and waste 4 hours and not know about it. So I had to go through those checks. All right. So actually, I'm going to put a mark in here right now. Watch this. I'm going to put a mark, create a highlight, add a stream marker. So mark, and that's going to just make us mark saying, hey, this is where we're going to begin. All right. So welcome to the stream. We're going to go ahead and start doing more about, from Jen Robbins' Learning Web Design book. And if you don't have the book, you can buy it. It's pretty outdated, so I don't know if I would do that yet. It might have a new update coming out. I don't know that. It's still the standard textbook. You can probably get a used one. You can probably go get one at the library. You might be able to have one at your place of business or something like that. I still like the book because it covers so many really important things that other books don't. But it is really significantly out of date. We've been finding that out a lot as we've been going through it. But I'm trying to keep you up to date on the techniques and stuff. So, and actually the whole community is doing a really good job of that. Besides me, so yeah. so we're going to go ahead and try that. And so here it is, learning web design. I have a legally acquired PDF that I'm running with in reverted mode right here. All right, so let's actually make that so it fills the screen. It's actually kind of cool when it does that. How about that? How about that? Yeah. Like on top of some of it, but that's okay. You know what else I love? I really love that they added VI navigation. Yeah, they added VI navigation to the whatever this is. All right, so let's back up a little bit. When we started last, you know, were with our, I'm going to go all the way back to the beginning of the forms. I'm going to review the forms thing really quick. So when we came to the forms part of the chapter of the book, it became clear that we needed to do more. Let's see if I can full screen out. Why is that? It became pretty clear that we needed to do more than, well, here's the problem. What good is a form if you can't submit it? Bottom line, right? And probably one of the biggest flaws in this book is that it assumes that you don't have a web server. So to fix that, we made a web server. Last session, we made a web server. And if you don't have that web server, I'm going to show you how to download it right now. So that everything else that we do from now on, you can have a web server on your computer. You can pause the video if you want, and you can go do it, or you can put it on during the break or whatever. But you have to have a web server to do the stuff that we're going to do from now on. I don't want you to be afraid. We're talking about downloading a single file and running it from the command line. The end. Okay. There's lots and lots of ways to do this if you know more than what I'm going to show you, but it's not that hard. Okay. So if you want to, you can go back and you can write a simple web server. I want to say simple. The other day, a few people got the impression that the server I made was ready for industrial use, and there's a few things you have to tweak on it to make it that way. You have to add contexts, and you have to put some timeouts in there. A couple things, and besides the minimum that we did on that video. However, and I probably will put a caveat about that, a warning in the video to talk about that. But it's enough. It's 34 lines of Go code that will process your form and show it to you as JavaScript, and you can run it from anywhere that you are working on a web project, and you can just go to your web browser and hit refresh every once in a while and see it. Now, anybody in the web design world is immediately going to say, but there's so many other better ways to do that. And I understand that, but this is the minimum that you need to do. In VS Code, there is a previewer for your site. Make sure it's a site previewer and not a just a page renderer. So that's really important. There's also browser sync, which I'll make an entire video about, which you can put on relatively easily, which requires you to understand the command line a little bit better. And so that's why I'm not going into it in depth right now. And then there's, just making a simple web server in Go, which is fun because you learn how to write Go, and you get to, have this web server experience from the very beginning, just like we've all had during our first step. So here's how to install it. First, you go to, do we have any comments out there? That's why we made a web server. Yeah. So I'm just I got a lot of people saying stuff there. All right. So first things first, let's get the web server. So if you go to the website and you go to github.com/rwxrob/serve, you'll see, so I'm going to send you that link. So where are you? So there you go. That's where I put the server that we wrote. And I haven't done anything to it really. It's under MPL2 license, which means if you change anything, if you make your own version, you need to at least make it publicly available for others to use if you make it cool. And what else? You can go ahead and download it. or you can just copy it and write your own. It's really not an issue. Let's see here. So settings. No, I'm trying to find the one. Okay, so inside of the bin directory in here, you can't directly download, I don't think. So we have Windows, Mac, and Linux, and you can go get the binary. If you don't trust me and you want to, you should not trust binary code, right? If you don't trust me, you can actually go to the trouble of pulling down the entire repo and then installing it yourself as, using Go. But if you trust me, then you can just go ahead and download this binary. And usually you should check when you download a binary. Usually you should run it against an MD5 checksum, but that's pretty advanced, and I don't want to bother you with that problem right now. So, we should probably add that though, because I don't want people, to get the wrong impression that I don't know that that's, I don't know, NPM, and there's lots of projects in the Node community and other places like that where they have you just install things and run executables and shell scripts without even checking them. And I don't like doing that. I mean, in this particular case, I'm asking you to just download it and trust me, and I really hate that. But for the sake of expediency, we're going to do it in this case. Normally though, I want to make sure that when you download anything from the internet, you need to make sure that it matches what you think you got, because you might have been attacked by a man-in-the-middle attack. It's very rare to be attacked that way, but it's still important that you check those things. You should never download anything from the internet that you can't validate once you get it. So we're going to click on download. It says it's an octet stream. It's like a file called serve. I'm going to save this file. It's going to be saved into my downloads directory. So I can go find that. Never trust /bin. Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about, I have a feeling. Okay, so so I have already gone into my web project that we've been working with. And inside of here, I want to add that server. So I have created, now you can do it however you want to. You can go copy the file and move it over. I've actually written a script called move last, and it will just grab the last thing downloaded and put it in the current directory. It's just a little script. If you guys want a copy of that, I can give you that right now. So there's a copy of that script. If those of you who know how to script want a copy, I can show you the content really quick. And make sure I don't have any dependencies in here that you also need. Last down. Okay, I need newest, and I need to give you newest and last down. So here's the other ones. So give newest, and I'll give you last down. So all of those scripts together work to provide the functionality I just did with the move serve. I know that's off topic, but I don't like doing things that I don't share. And now we can run this thing, but as you can see, the permissions is white, which means it can't be executed. So we need to make it so we can run it. And the Linux command for that is chmod +x serve. If you are on Windows, you won't need to do that probably. And if you're on Mac, you probably will need to do that. So just let you know. And I did all of that from the terminal. So if you're in VS Code, remember it's control backtick to open your terminal and to do all of that. Now I can just run /serve, and I'm going to run it a couple different ways, but go ahead and run that, and it will sit here and wait until I go to localhost. The default is localhost 8080. There's our script we were doing. You guys remember this? I totally forgot about it. Yep, there it is. Remember we were playing around with marquee tags? Oh man, that's fun. I've been having fun doing this, I won't lie. So, and since this is a session, let's go ahead and start up our inspect element on this. And we can click on the network console, and we can reload. We can reload the page and get it to do everything. So we see this pulling down our stuff, right? But now we're all set up to start doing real form development, like in a way that can be processed. And let's do that. So let's see some space directory. Oh yeah, we were just playing around with lots of different things here. I think if you go to /Linux, right? I don't remember my own project, but /Linux has Torvalds on there, right? Yeah, there he is. Oh my gosh, his head is so big. Is that 100%? Yep. Oh, that's right, because we were playing around with resizing. Does it still resize? Let's go see. Yep. So again, all of the work we did on this particular project is in earlier videos. So there's like 8 in the series at this point, and they're all long, and they don't have bookmarks right now. So they will all have bookmarks. If you want to wait until you get nice, pretty bookmarks, I will add those to the entire series, but it means I have to watch my own series completely, and I'll add all of those. But here we've talked about, we've been going through the HTML. So now we're ready to go to forms. And I don't remember where my form is, to tell you the truth. Oh, we were playing around with, remember we were playing around with tabs and stuff. All right. All right. Oh, and a little bit of JavaScript even we had in there. Okay. So what's next? Well, let me move this over a little bit. I can see what you guys are saying. Let's go to find our form. Now, this server is still on. If you want to have it run in the background without blocking your session, little Unix lesson here. You can do /serve and then put an ampersand after that, and then that will just put it into the background. So now it's running. You can see it by typing jobs. You can see it's running in the background. And it still works, even though you can always get it back in the foreground by typing FG. So again, little Linux lessons as we go, Linux lessons. And so now we've got all this stuff. Now we need to find out where it was we put the form. So I'm going to use a little grep-r here to see if I can find where my form is. Let's see. Nope, I don't see any forms. So wait, I know we have one. Where did we put it? Didn't I put it there? Guess not. Hooks, those are all the hooks results. Oh, no. We have an SVG in there. We have nothing. That's really sad. Okay, well, we're going to do form from scratch then. So I could have sworn we did a form in here. Oh, well. So we did do a marquee, but no form. Oh my gosh, Rob. I wanted to show you that you could embed your SVGs because we were getting into images. You think we made a basic form in Netlify? Oh, we did. You're right. Thank you for the reminder. Thank you for the reminder. Let's do it over again, though. It's not very hard to do, so let's just do it over, okay? Let's say, what should we make? Should we make a guest book? Let's make a guest book. So now let's make a contact information page. How about that? I know she's got a thing that you can do, but let's go ahead and do that. So let's make a directory called contact. You can do it in however you do it in VS Code or whatever, and cd into contact. And we're going to make a page, index.html. And what are we doing here? So let's go back to the book for a bit. So I don't want to lose you. So we covered all this stuff already. So this is a review at this point, but I feel like it's going to go better because we actually have something to process the form to show you. So, but I'm not going to I'm not going to read the content in any way. I'm just going to scan over it. How forms work. So this is the important part. So you get the form data. Somebody goes to your site. They enter in the data, and then they hit submit. And the data gets encoded when it's sent to you, and then it has to be decoded. But our server does the decoding for us automatically because that's pretty much built into any server today. So here we go. There's a mail signing up. We'll do something like that. So there's the data that comes in. It goes to your web application. In this case, it would store it in the database. We're not going to do that. Our web application is just going to echo back our form data to us so we can see it. And then we're going to do the form element. So here's the form element, which I'll show you in a bit. Here's here's how the body works. It's a very complicated form. We're going to build up our form as we go. We're going to start with the simplest possible form and then build it up, including the action line, method equals post. We talked about methods. We're going to touch on that again. Let's see here. Web hosting tip. Form processing. Be sure to support. Yeah. Well, and I told you Netlify does support it. So you know that when you build your form locally, the way we're doing today, you can put it up on Netlify and just go there and see your forms being processed. I remember we did use Netlify because we didn't have any other form processing, and we were editing the files using GitHub, which is not the best way to do it. It's fine, but so we're going to be doing it this way, and now we have our server, and we can use our server locally. Post. We talked about get versus post. We'll talk about that again. Variables and content. We'll talk about that. How to identify each of the fields in the content that's going to be sent up. We have the name attribute, which is how you do that. Naming your variables. And the control, all of the different controls. And I think this is where we need to stop because there are lots of different controls that we're going to go through. Text entry controls. Yep. So that's as far as we're going to get because we're going to build up all those little things as we go. So we'll stop right there. All right. So we're going to do all of this right now, and then we're going to pause right there. So, yep. And if you have questions, let me know. I have the chat up these days so I can see it. So we're going to take this opportunity to give yourself what I call the HTML5 web page challenge. How fast can you make a web page from scratch that has a title, it has a header, that links in a style sheet, and that, usually I have a links in a script, and it has at least one paragraph and at least one header. How fast can you make that? And without using completion if you have VS Code. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to do this challenge right now, and it's going to take me a while, but just this is a good way to, get practice on the basic elements of a form. Yeah, I was just going to say VS Code does it instantly. So can I encourage you to not do that though? Because at this point you want to learn this stuff. Yeah. 1 second with a macro. Yeah, I know. Everybody's got their smart aleck response. How fast can you actually do it having it in your brain versus through the tool? There's nothing wrong with the tools, but we're still focused on learning it. Okay, so doc type HTML, you got an HTML, right? I tend to write my tags 2 at a time, even though with tab completion, it would do it for you automatically. This is one place where tab completion is nice because the tags are kind of long-winded. Head, title, let's do a meta. Do you remember this one? Who knows the one for a char set? UTF-8. We'll do a title. We'll say, contact us. Title. And we'll link in a style sheet. I mean, how many of you got these memorized? So, right? Rel equals style sheet. So you have to think of it. I always have to think of this. Href equals slash assets slash styles CSS. Head. Oh, bad me. All right. Then I got the body. Body. And we'll have an H1. You guys remember the semantic tags? If you want, you can be really, good about it and do a semantic tag. And we do H1 equals, I don't know, contact us. Contact us. H1, paragraph. Let us know who you are. Let us know about you. I don't know. All right. And then we're going to put our form here. So we're going to put a comment. You remember those? To do add the form. All right. So there's your basic web page. Not much in here. If you were going to do a script, we could do it here. Script src equals assets main.js We did all these before, so I'm just kind of helping you review. Notice it's at the bottom. That's still a technique people use because you don't want the loading of the script to slow down your page. It's kind of an old technique. You can put async and it'll be fine. You probably should start doing that. But that's still common. All right, so how well did I do? Let's go see if it actually loads. Let's see if it actually loads, shall we? So we've got our thing running here. So I should be able to go up here and go to contact us. Let us know about you. Okay. And this, I have dark mode on here because I don't want to burn your eyes out. Notice though that it only backgrounds the HTML body tag. So let's fix that right now. You see how the style's not green on everything. We haven't done CSS yet, and they kept throwing CSS at us because reasons I don't even know why that is, but that's bothering me enough to want to fix it right now. When and if I write a book about this, I'm going to make sure to cover those things really early on at the same time, so that you don't have to like guess. You could do this too. That will probably help, although I think root is probably going to be the best way to do this. Yeah, it's still not doing it. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to see. I might have to do I don't know. I should definitely do it. Anybody got a better way? I mean, I know we can do, but I don't know if I want that to be on everything. It's this is CSS. We're not. You don't know CSS yet, so don't get confused. If this doesn't work, I'll just leave it, and we'll go on. Nope. There we went. Set body height min 1 VH. Really? Well, I guess we could do that. Make it fit the whole. That's right. It's because it's the border that's doing it, right? I think you're right. I think it is. I think it's the border. Yeah. Well, you know what? We're gonna do it. We'll do it another day. I don't want to do anymore. Wait, what happened? What did I break, people? I think it might be caching. Style sheet. Oh, is it? Wait. Browser, style sheet, script, transfer, size. Yeah, that's the normal case. So thanks, Matrix, for the reminder. This is a really simple normalizer. We're so off topic though. So this will get rid of all the padding. The problem with that is it really kills your unordered lists and stuff. So I don't know if I want to do that to the beginners yet. Yeah. And for some reason, it's still not pulling up the color anymore. I don't know why that is. Yep. There we go. Anyway. I want to say it's the root element. I know you can do this, but then everything, you won't be able to see anything. So we're not going to do that. All right. So fine. We're done here. I know I got to let the OCD in me pass, because this is, we could do this all day, but it's a good moment to talk about how our little thing is working, right? We'll come back to this normalizer later. I don't want to have that. That's going to confuse beginners because it's going to make their list break. And we haven't talked about that yet. So, wrong language. This is the hard part about web development. I can't believe I did that. Anyway, I've been doing this a while and I still make these stupid mistakes. Okay. Here we go. There. We're going to just move on now. I'm going to try to not get upset. I wonder, here, wait, let me try one thing. Watch your eyes, mind your eyes. Oh. I learned something today. That dark mode is killing my local host. So there. Well, You saw me make the mistake. Now we all know what the problem was. Fine, let's move on. Let's make a form, shall we? That's what we're here to do. So let's put the form here. I'm going to give us a lot of white space so you know what's going on. And form has a form tag, opening tag, and closing tag. What's the difference between an element and a tag? Do you remember? All right, and let's give it one input type. And we'll do type equals text, which is the default, but whatever. And let's give it one submit button. Type equals submit. Okay, and this is going to make us a form. We go back to our thing, reload it. There's our submit. Now you can do all kinds of ways of lining everything up, and we're not going to mess with that. We're going to use a tag we haven't used very much, BR, an element, which just breaks the line and causes it to go on to the next line. And it's not the best way to do this, but it's good enough for right now. So if we do like that, it'll put it underneath. They auto-generate a button for you. Yep, you don't ever need to put a button in there. Putting a button in there is really old school. Oh yeah, yeah, it is. I mean, it's been around a while, right? You want to see something fun? Watch this. Let's do a fun one. Input type equals calendar. No, it's date. Is it date or time? It's date. I can't remember. Again, we're going to get rid of the BRs later. We're going to use a table or something to lay it out, but for right now, that's fine. Remember, we spent a lot of time on tables. So now you have this date thing, right? You click on that. Look at this. You can pick your calendar. You can pick the date, and it'll do it for you. Yeah. You can go, I was born here. And that's a standard thing now. I love that. You can like click that and kill it and knock it out. So yeah, we got problems with spacing and all kinds of stuff, right? So what do we do about that? Well, I don't know when you want to do that, but let's stick with, I don't want to put a table on here because you're going to get confused. So we're going to stick with just BRs for now, and then we'll do that. I promise you we'll do that, okay? Another thing, I mean, maybe we could try just paragraphs for each, but that's not a violation. Semantically, it's not a paragraph, but you know, it's not gonna, nobody's gonna die. Which one is that? Is that the is that NBSP, non-breaking? No, you don't want a non-breaking space there, I wouldn't think. If we put a paragraph here, it will automatically put some spacing around it. There's so many ways to make your form pretty. Okay, I don't want to get bogged down in that right now. I want you to see the structure of the form. Is it the same as NBSP? Yeah. There. So, I mean, at least we can see stuff. Okay, so that's higher performance. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know. NBSP is different. NBSP is, I don't want to return here. If you're saying BR would be the opposite of that. BR says, I want to return here. Again, I'm going to keep this form as simple as possible so you can see what's on the screen. As soon as you start putting a table around everything, or you start, you know, giving styles to everything, it gets really complicated really fast and you can't tell what's going on. So we will do that, but at this stage, I don't want to overly complicate it for you. So we have a form here. Now what happens if we click on the button? We haven't tried that, right? So blah, 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 submit. Okay, well, it submitted itself to us, and it didn't do anything. Why not? Well, it didn't do anything because we don't have any names on our stuff. So you have to put a name on it. So you have name equals, and we'll say email. How about that? Actually, there is a type for email. So if you put email, you can do that instead. Name equals, is it name or ID? I think it's name. I can go look at it again. I mix them up all the time. ID is a different thing. It's a CSS sort of V thing. So let's do name equals birthday, B-day. How about that? And we'll refresh that and put that there. Put this here. Submit. Please enter an email address. That's relatively new. That was not around in the 90s when I was here. So rob at rwx.gg. Boom, baby. What do we get? Name and ID. Yes, you can use name and ID. ID is for like identifying it to. So this is a good point. Let's pause to talk about that because we talked about ID earlier in the series. ID and class are used primarily for identifying things for the use with styles, combining them with styles and combining them and referencing them from JavaScript and stuff like that. So they are still things. Name is, in this particular case, is uniquely a form thing, and that's what becomes the name of your variable, what Jen calls a variable. So each of these, bits of data that come to us is called a variable. And you see this right here. It's hard to see because it's kind of small, but this query string right here, that is called URL encoding. So everything after the question mark here, right? The question mark indicates the beginning of the URI query string. And the query string is a URL encoded combination of key value pairs that are URL escaped or URL encoded. So that's how someone would describe this. And then you have your host over here, and this is the the site. And I notice there's a slash there, and that's on purpose because remember, if you use a slash, what page gets called up? If you use a trailing slash, it is the same as index.html. And by the way, almost every web server by default, including our little cheap one, will automatically redirect you. See that? If you do it, and that you want that. Why do you want that? And you guys, if you go back in the series, you remember that I really ranted against linking directly to index.html. This is bad practice today in modern web development, in my opinion, because it doesn't allow you to swap out something else for that URL. You can't put an app there at that same URL. You're always, permanently beholden to index.html, and you can never replace it with anything. So don't make your routes flexible. A route is this stuff after this slash right here. This is your route, and that route might be to a static resource, but it may be to something entirely automatically generated, dynamically generated through JavaScript or through other means. So, and besides, it makes your URLs ugly and long, and they look like they came from the 90s. So, but you can't do that unless you have a server, which is why the book, which does not teach you to do this with a server, is sort of dated because it's teaching you to put links to index.html and just use files, which is a really bad idea, really, really solidly bad idea. So there we go. So that's I just ranting a little bit, but I did want to show you this. So we changed that from text to email. So now it does a little bit of validation up front, right? That's by no means secure. I can bypass that really easily, but it's kind of a convenience. So don't ever count on anything happening in the web browser for security. Bad idea. Okay. So I'll explain that more later. So here we go. We have this data, this URL that came up here, right? And that's all nice. And what I wanted to show you is that when you submit a form, by default, with just the plain old form tags with nothing else, it uses a method called get. And we talked about HTTP methods in one of the earlier series, way early on. But just as a reminder, the two main methods, there's lots of methods, there's like 6 or 7 methods, but the two main methods you care about are get over here and post. And we talked about status methods too. You can go back and watch the series on that. So get is, all it does is it fetches a resource, right? But when you do it with a form, when you submit a form, by default, a form with nothing else sends its data to itself as a query string. And that's why you see the query string here. Now, there's lots of reasons you don't want to do that I talked about last time we talked about forms. Just to reiterate, that's insecure because this query string can be logged. It's a part of the URLs. That means that it will show up in your history. It could potentially, it's forms, not forums, by the way. it can show up in your history. And in fact, one of the reasons I got off Restream is because they'd use this method to put a token up here. If I were to ever stream that token, anybody could take my stream over. So it's a bad idea to use get. 90% of the time you don't want a query string. Now, a few times you do. So let me give you an example of some places that use a query string since we're on the topic. So you guys see me search DuckDuckGo all the time, right? So is a query string safe? So this is a little command I use to go search the internet. But here's where the magic is. So, all these things, right? These are all URLs and everything. Yeah, and as you look at your URLs these days, now that you can look at which ones are doing it right, which ones might be dangerous, right? And you can read all about it. And I mean, that's some pretty good topics right there we could go read about right away. But the reason I'm telling you this is I want to show you what this is. So this little question mark that I type on the command line is an alias to a program called duck. And that is a shell script which just calls my text-based browser called Links. I have a video on Links on how to set it up. I'm going to do another one though, because that one's a little bit dated. And then I call DuckDuckGo. This injects HTTPS in the front, calls DuckDuckGo Lite with a query string, and now you know what it is, right? You may have seen me do this before, but you might understand it better now. So these, variable parameters are combined to tell, and the queue is where we send all of the words. It combines all the words together that I've typed in. They're not URL encoded though, and that's a problem I have. I actually need to fix that. I'm really fighting the urge to do it right now, but so these are all the words. So if I typed, query string, it would be query space string right here. And Links kind of lets me get away with that, but I should probably URL escape it, which means put the pluses and all the question marks. You don't need to understand how that encoding takes place. You just need to know that does do that. It's actually not very complicated. All the key value pairs, there's an equal sign put between them. Each key value pair is joined with an ampersand, and spaces are turned into pluses, and anything that would conflict with that is escaped, and there it's so like a space is %20. You'll sometimes see %20. And we don't need to get into the hassle of that. We did do very early on. We did hexadecimal stuff, and a lot of those escapes are based on hexadecimal. So if you really want to understand the query string, it's kind of fun to learn about it. If you're a hacker, if you're learning web development because you want to learn how to do cross-site scripting vulnerability pen testing, then this is a really great thing to learn. You should really learn the deep dive into the format of the query string and why it's dangerous. And that's because the query string can potentially be logged with web servers. Sometimes it's included in refer, which is a thing in the log. So when you click on a link inside of a website, that link takes you to another site, right? But when you click on a link, when you go to the new site, part of HTTP, and some of them got rid of it, but a lot of them, when you go to the new site, it will log the URL that you came from. And if you came from a place that had a query string with a token in it, guess who gets your token? Now, I don't want to panic you. That is something that has been well known for years. Hey, Q Macro. So there have been efforts to get rid of that. But it's better to just not take the risk and not mess with query string unless you don't have to. So that leaves us with the alternative. So the alternative is method equals post. Okay, so and what post does is instead of like making this big long URL, by the way, if you've ever seen URLs that are really massively long, that's because they're doing it wrong. They're using big queries, and Google does this all the time. I really hate it. And so nobody likes big long URLs that they can't paste anywhere, right? So just say no. Don't do it that way, particularly if it's form data. But so what's the better way? Let's use post. So to use post, and what post does is it does all that same encoding and everything. It just does it as a part of the body of the data that's being sent up to the web server instead of the query string, which is one line in the header that goes up to. If you're able to see the full text of a web request, which consists of a header of key value pairs and then a body. It was actually an email. It's based on email. Web was actually based on email. Basically, a bunch of scientists had a bunch of emails. They were tired of emailing everybody, and so they said, "What if we put all our email on a server and allowed people to go there and then like click on things and go see them?" So the actual underlying format for a web request, an HTTP transfer document, is email. It had, and that at the top it has, the headers. In an email, it would have sender, recipient and all that stuff, but they don't use those. They just use their own thing. And one of them is location or refer or something, and query string. And then you have the body, which is like, in this case, the HTML, or when you submit a form, that's the form data that's been all encoded. So instead of being in the, submitted as one of the headers at the top, it's submitted down here in the body. And so it's nice and sort of protected during the transfer. So at least it's protected as well as your connection is protected, and that's where HTTPS comes in, right? Because that protects anybody from seeing anything being submitted from your web browser. It's also why you should never use anything but HTTPS. So let's change it. So let's say I want to change this to method equals post. It's one of the ones that I rarely quote, but whatever. So now when we do that, the header plus body text format is a thing of beauty. Yes, it really does, QMacro. It's funny that you say that, because I actually used that to create an enterprise data gathering and auditing protocol that was entirely based on MIME types and HTTP at IBM. So I leveraged the whole HTTP format for the request to build another protocol, because there's so much already there to handle that. So if you want to get into web development, at some point you're going to need to know the details of what that means by HTTP headers and stuff. In fact, I think in the book later on, she does talk about some of that, but that's getting into sort of back end, front end programming and all of that. Tell that all the protocols. Boomer. All right. So Gen X boomer / boomer. I know. So now what happens, right? So we reload this thing, since we said method equals post, and let's delete that, so we get a nice clean page, and we put our email here. So here, Rob at rwx.gg, and then what? We're gonna make my birthday is today. Happy birthday to me in 10 days. I haven't been born yet. Submit query. All right, now the reason it does that, sorry for the really painful white there, but that's because it's JSON data, and I'm going to blow that up for you a little bit, so you can see it. At least it's not that bad. But this is because the data being sent back is, what type is it? Plain text. See this? So the stuff we got back, so this is what happened. We set a method equals post, and the server that we made, we added some special code, and I'm going to take a moment to show you that code real quick. So here's the code, the Go code. So there's a whole video on this, so I just want to remind you though, in case you skipped that video. So what this is the server. So it says handle function / which handles everything. This says listen and serve on port 88,000. Serve up file. That's what sells it. It resolves it if there's a request for a file, including a directory, then that handles it. But it says here, if the method was post that came in, then serve up a form instead. And so the form says it parses the form, and you'd have this. You don't need to know this, but the way that body is sent, it's all encoded in a kind of like it's not a query string, but it's like that, and in a way that and you can see this stuff if you really want to get into it. If you're a hacker, you can actually use Netcat and other tools to see the actual content of the body. I wonder if it will show us the content of the body. Sometimes it will show you the actual data here, and that's what I'm just curious to see if it does. I wonder, I don't usually depend on this to see what the data is, but if you look around in here, you might find a way to actually see the request itself. And if anybody knows that, I don't like HTTPS, but yes, it can be trusted as well as anything can be, and only encode. Yeah, from systems engineer to BOFH over hacker. Uh, yeah, I'm talking about hackers, like pen testers. So anyway, this format, back to this, the course code. So this parses up that form that was submitted. You can think of it as being the same stuff that was, URL encoded. It's actually, yeah, HTTP encoded, but whatever. It makes it usable. And so then we get this key value thing that we can use, and this converts that thing into JSON. And we haven't talked about JSON, but you've probably seen it before. And then this just prints it out to the web server, so the web server can see it. So what we have here is, this is JSON data. So I'm going to spend 1 second, 2 seconds on JSON data. JSON data is a structured data format. We're going to talk a lot about that when we do Pandoc in the series after this. Brackets mean a list. It's actually called an array, but we'll call it a list. And this is one place where I like Python's terms better. They call this a list. So it's a bunch of things separated by commas if you have them. And then it shows you, well, I think it's interesting that it submitted a list for this and not a key value pair, which is what it probably should have been. The reason for that is because you can make, let's actually, I'm going to show you something. So this is a good reminder. I don't think Jen covers this, so this is a good reminder. But anyway, so this is the key, and then you have, anytime you have curly brackets, you have key equals value, key colon value, key colon value, key colon value, and that is a dictionary. In JavaScript, they call it an object. I hate that they call it an object, but they do. Yeah, an unlock symbol, right? So that's key value. In this particular case, we have a key value pair where the value is a list. The value could have been just another plain old string. A string is what you have with the double quotes around it. Yeah, and we used to call them associative arrays in Perl. They still call them associative arrays, by the way, and we haven't done data structures. We'll get into it when we do coding, but learning JSON is a really great way to introduce yourself to what you're going to be talking about a lot when you code. So you have these things called strings, which have quotes around them. You have numbers, which are just plain old numbers. You have true or false values, right? You have other stuff, nils and stuff that I don't want to get into. But those are the main types. And then you have the collection types. You have lists or arrays, which are, a whole bunch of things. It could be, in JavaScript, JSON lets you mix the types. So I could have, the first thing, it would be a string with quotes, and then I could have a number with a comma in between. And that is, you can have a list or an array. And, array is a computer term. It's actually a math term, but that's what it is. It's just a list. In Java, they call them, there's all different kinds for this. They call them vectors. So, but the key colon value pair, that is a field or a struct or an object, so it just depends on what you want to call them. But now get kind of an insight into all the different terms. But the reason I want to show you why they chose to do a list here instead of, because there's only one birthday, right? But you can probably guess what happens if I name something else birthday, right? So what happens if I add another birthday? That's all I have to do right there, right? So then I go back here, and now I have 2 birthdays. Notice how I remembered my birthday values, by the way? Cool, huh? So I'm going to go here, submit query. Now I have 2 birthdays. That's why. All right. Notice how this last one does not have a comma. You cannot have a comma in that. The reason I chose to dump this JSON format out from the forum is so that this is typically, almost always, how you're going to receive the data, either as a front-end engineer or a back-end engineer. You're going to be getting data in this format, and you're going to parse it in any number of 100 ways, and you're going to use that data to send it to the database, just do whatever you do. And that's what Netlify does behind the scenes. But now that we have our local server code, you can do that. And by the way, if you want to copy the server code, I'll go ahead and send it to you. This server fits into one file, so I can just I can exec the file. So there's your main.go. If you want to play around with that, I've already told you where to get it if you want to go to the web server itself. And what else? So now you know. Now you know what's going on. Yeah, having these structures second nature is really important. Lots of internships have JSON as a requirement. Yeah. JSON is used all over. We're gonna talk about JSON a lot when we talk about. I actually like thinking of forms in terms of JSON, just mentally. You can think about it lots of ways, but if you can imagine what is this data, what's it going to look like when it's submitted in terms of JSON, which is why I put it into the server, it helps you already start conceptualizing how you're sending data around. And, Q makes a good point that once you can think about data being sent around as structures like that, structured data, it helps you on your way to making things that communicate. And forms are the most basic way of communicating besides a query string. Okay, so there's something else you might have noticed, that in our particular situation, every time we submit our form, it just does the right thing, right? Well, I'm gonna tell you about it, even though we're not going to use it. Okay, so if you wanted to, you can. So I don't know how to put this, but you may want to send your form to something besides the same place. So I don't know if you noticed this, but when we hit submit query, you see how it still says contact up here, right? And that's because the web server that we wrote is designed to detect the post. And if it gets a post, it's designed to parse apart the form and to submit that data to itself again. But if for any reason you wanted to have one place to process everything, instead of that, you could change the action. And what that is here. So you would say action equals, and then you would say some other form. Now this will still work because our server is meant to trap everything. So it should anyway. We're going to find out right now. So let's refresh this. All right, so now I have, this data is the same, but when I submit it, it should go someplace else. Oh, it went to contact / some other. All right. You see how it did that? Oh, I forgot. So that actually added on to the current one. So let's put / like that. All right, that's because relative URLs, remember? So let's say we have one script that let's like, how about this? How about process this form, please? And then what? Then I can refresh and resend the data. Nope, that's not going to work. I'm going to have to do this again because I changed the action. So now we hit the submit. You see what it did? Process this form, please. And remember what I told you about the routes, right? Do we have a directory called process this form, please? Nope. You're like, Mr. Rob, why is this not giving me an error? I don't even have one of those. I'll tell you why. Because we sent it to a server that has a default for any form, any method post. It intercepts that route. This is called a route. So that doesn't even exist. And it sends back data to the web browser without ever getting a file at all. So by the way, that's very, very common. It's very common to do that. The whole Ruby movement and PHP and everything, they're all built on giving you web pages that don't actually exist anywhere. Remember, that goes back to the dynamic nature of some websites versus static nature. So when we go to Linux or any of the things that we have here, we're going to a static thing. We're not going to a dynamic thing. And the dynamic thing is actually being created on the fly. Now, we could get fancy with this and we could actually create a web page, a full web page. Now, we didn't. We just mirrored back a plain. By the way, see how it says type plain over here? If you go to anything else, watch what the type is. That's called a MIME type. So an MIME type. It's a multimedia internet mail exchange. I think that's the name. I could have that wrong, but so you'll see the type here. The type is HTML, and you can, oh boy. So you can actually click, oh, there we go. Oh, this is what I was looking for. I found it. Yay. So if you click on any of these, it'll tell you everything, right? So we have the, oh, this is the, we picked the wrong one. That's the favicon. The favicon is a little icon up here. Yeah, you can, she doesn't cover them, but we should probably cover it, right? Do you want, we can cover it later. But all you have to do, if you put a picture in a file called favicon.ico, or you set it, you can, it'll make you have a little bookmark thing. So we picked the wrong one to give a demo of, though. Let's go look for this. All right. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this. This is really important. You see this. You remember we said about going to a file without a slash, right? So we got a 301, which says, because I just went to /Linux, and my server said, nuh-uh, that's not what you want. You want a slash. So if you put a slash at the end, it is exactly equivalent to index.html in every server in existence. I don't know anybody who's ever turned it. You can change some of the default values, but that's everywhere. And so this is equivalent to index.html without typing it all out. And because it's a static resource, it has to do that. But that doesn't stop users from doing this. It just, if you just know this, if you're like linking to things between things on your site, if you want to save your users time to do the redirect, you can just do, is the 301 a permanent? I can't remember if it's a permanent redirect. I think it is. If you want to save users time, just make sure you put a slash at the end if you know it's a static resource, and then it doesn't need to do the redirect. Saves a little bit of time. Windows web service defaulted default.htm. Is it permanent? Okay, thanks. Yeah, it is permanent. Okay. Which means after the first redirect, every other time they request this, they'll get this automatically. The browser won't even bother to do that. In fact, let's try it. I'm gonna try. Well, no, I think I have no cache on. I do. No, never mind. This is, we're doing development, so you're not going to see it exactly as it is. 302 is the permanent temp. Okay, thanks. Yeah, Vera says there are some stupid web servers out there that do default HTML, which is super stupid, but whatever. I like the word default better. It's too bad they didn't go with that, but index.html has been the standard everywhere for more than several decades. Well, not index to 302. It's not all it means. Yeah, but it will stop a redirect a lot of times with a permanent. Yep. Okay, so either way, now you know. So just put a slash at the end and you're good to go. So we have a style sheet here. But what I want to show you, so here we have the actual stuff. It tells you how much data was transferred, what version of HTTP was used. That's a whole rabbit hole I don't want to go down right now. Accepted ranges, bytes, content length. This is really important, by the way. When I wrote a protocol that uses this, this allows you to know how many bytes to read, a byte, of course, being 8 bits, 8 ones and zeros. And so this tells you exactly how long that body of the document is. So you have the stuff at the top and you have the body. It's like, how long is it? So the web server knows, when to stop. Otherwise, it doesn't know. This tells you the type, text, HTML. So these are the actual headers. I'm glad we can show you. I wanted to show you this. And other things, when it was mass modified, dates and stuff. Request headers. Okay, so, this is a response. So this down here, these request headers, these are the headers that were sent to the web server to get the response that it got. And this tells it what it can accept. These are all stuff that was sent to the web server. Cache control, keep alive, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think we're good there. It tells you that it came from Mozilla. There's how that knows. You can actually lie to it. This is really fun stuff. This is why, the developer tools in Chrome, their Firefox are your best friend, because you can go, look, there's my cookie. So where's the cookie coming from? I must have a cookie left over just from another project on the localhost domain. Normally you wouldn't have a cookie at all there. That's how they track you. And request, response. So here's your response. Wow, that's everything, man. This has gotten really good. Remember I talked about the payload, right? Well, there it is. There's your payload. Oh, you know what? Let's go look at the post one with the payload. Ooh, this is going to be fun. So I can show you the URL request. That shows you your timings even. Wow, so cool. It's got, I have not gotten this into this whole interface that much, but particularly if you're going into cybersecurity, this is really great. So let's go back to our form. Where's our form go? Contact, right? I want to show you what the body of a post message looks like. So contact, right? Yeah. All right. So here we go. Let's do this thing. So Rob at RWX GG and my 2 birthdays. The one I tell people, the one that actually is. All right. So here, watch this. Ah, yeah, there we go. So this is funny because it actually shows it as JSON. Oh, you know what it did? Because the response was JSON, it actually showed us, because JSON is so commonly used as response, it actually broke it apart and showed us how pretty, it showed us like the different numbers and everything. This is awesome. But what? Look at this payload, man. All right, so this is the payload, the actual JSON data that came back. But what we want to see is this was the response. We want to see what the web server, what the Firefox Chrome browser sent to the web server, because that's got that encoded body that we talked about. That should look somewhat like the query string that we saw before. So let's go look at the request. So look at, oh man, it made it nice and pretty for us. I don't want you to make it pretty. I want to see the ugly stuff. It's making it pretty. I don't want pretty. I want ugly. So it's obviously parsing it apart for us and showing us, the nice happy version of it. I wanted to see the ugly version. Oh well. Oh, there it is, right there. Yay. Yeah. Thanks, Q. You're like, look below. Isn't the payload the query string? Yes, it is. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's URL encoded. I think they're the same encoding. Can someone confirm that? I'm almost positive they are, but I'm stopping just short of saying they are. I think this is called, there's URL encoding, and then there's HTTP encoding escaping. Yeah. How's it going? Archification. Forms are usually by XXWWW form URL encoded. Yeah. So they are URL encoded. Thanks for that, Q. I forgot about that because I've been using curl a lot, and that's the form we have to submit it as, right? So thank you for that verification. Thanks, Q, a lot for that. So that is what they are, URL encoded. So that means the query string and the body data of a payload are encoded in the same way. And you can be grateful that you don't have to undo that. There's everything undoes that automatically, as you can see. But this is a good way to show. So that would be, by the way, this would be the exact, if we change the form, should we change the form method? Let's see how similar it is, shall we? So if I submit the same thing, you'll see that same thing will show up as a query string. So I guess the point is pretty well made at this point about forms and how they work. And now I'm going to take a break, and we're going to get into all of the different form things, widgets you can use. There's lots of them. Once you get used to reading URL encoded characters, you feel like operating in the Matrix. That's very true. It's true. It's like you're just looking at it all the time, right? So yeah, but I want to just do one more test here. So if we, wrong thing. Where am I? Contact. Okay. So if I do my index here, if I'm going to change it, I'm going to change it back to method equals get. Well, we'll just change it to get. Then you can actually do the other methods, but don't. So submit. Now, see this? Yep, there it is. Look, same exact thing. So this is exact. So it's URL encoded. It's at the top, and it's exactly the same thing. Query strings not encoded beforehand. Where are they not encoded beforehand? They are. They're encoded in the sense that they're. You mean, why are they not? I don't know. Basically, all post and get, the only difference between them, we can now confirm, is how the data is sent. Yeah. So a URL, method equals get makes a query string, adds it to the URL. And in fact, let me show you this. Let's do the URL one again. Watch. So see this method equals get right here? So we should be able, if we do this right, we should be able to see the header. Contact. Wait, we need to see the request, I think. No, I was hoping, because you can sometimes see the query. Post will have servers not log the query string, right? That's the short thing that I've mentioned a couple times now, but that's really the main difference. So what I wanted to look for is, it appears it's not showing us. There is actually a header. Pastors will send us posts for that reason. Yep. Usually, not always. Tokens get put in query strings all the time, which are just as dangerous as passwords. So if you want to attack a system, yeah, they definitely have different semantic meaning, and that gets into the whole REST thing. That we talked about that earlier when we were talking about put, and you know, there's get, put, posts. What is the other one? Not delete. I can't remember them all. Delete, right? Delete. Patch is the one. Yeah, patch. And you need to know. I didn't know options was one. Head is another big one. Head will just give you the header and not the other part. So there's like 6 or 7 different HTTP methods. But since you're just doing web development right now, you just care about get and post right now. But when you become a backend developer, if you want to become a full stack developer, you're going to have to know all those other ones, because they are the basis of REST. If you've heard of REST, REST uses all of those different methods to make what they're called web APIs, application programming interfaces, so that instead of having a form that just sends data, you can now interact with a web server sort of dynamically and have it be a full application that has things moving around and all of that. And that's the basis of REST. Is the new REST versus SOAP, right? And I know full stack developers are a myth. I'm using terminology that they likely will have encountered. The idea of a full stack developer is that you can do everything, and it's a total myth. You can't do everything well. There's usually back end and then there's front end. So I'm glad you brought that up. GraphQL is an extension of the idea. It's actually not an extension. It's a completely different approach from REST to how you send data up. And I don't want to get into it. Basically, it just makes it so that you can communicate more in a single request than with REST, which would have you make multiple of these requests to do the same thing. So if anybody asks you the difference between GraphQL and REST, you can tell them REST is old and it uses multiple different HTTP methods and multiple requests to do the same thing that Graph query language, GraphQL, can do in a single request, a single get or post request, and it can give you back all of that data. And it's akin to something called SQL, standard query language, which is a database technology. It's a database language. I know that's a big mouthful, but at least now maybe you can, know what you see these terms thrown around all the time, and I hate even for beginners to not even have an idea of what they are. So hopefully that'll help you be able to know what's coming and what you have to understand. Basically, I don't want to get into it. Basically, here's how it works. That's me. Sorry, D-Flare, but philosophical layer, top HTTP. You described it. Yeah. Structured query language, right? Not standard. Sorry. Duh. I knew that, Harry. I knew that. Thank you for correcting me. It's totally structured query language. No, this is why you guys have to be here, to keep me honest. I would rather you keep me honest than me have an error I'd have to go fix in the video. This is why I do it this way. So thank you for that. So let's go back to our post, because we like post because it's safer. And we don't need an action, because why? We're just playing around here, and we're just like learning all the different elements. We'll get rid of this extra redundant one, and we'll go back to what we were doing, reload this and submit a query, and then we get our response. if you wanted to, and this we used to do this, you can actually draw the whole web page and put the response into a spot on the page using a template in the server. But we're going to hold off on that. That's really fun to do, but we're not going to do that right now. We are following the book in order. Yes. A plan for this stream written down somewhere that I can follow. No, we are going in order through the book, and if I have any rabbit holes, they're based on what the book is talking about. So let's recap what we've done really quick here, and then we're going to jump right into the form control roundup. All right, so we did all this stuff. I actually already went through all this. So we went through the get and the post method. There you go. And if you want to read extensively about this, you can now go read it in the book, and you'll know what's going on. I want to be true to the copyright of this. I don't want to. It's already questionable whether I'm even showing it on the screen, so I'm not going to go through and read every single thing. I'm just going to put it into my own terms. But we are using the book as the basis for when we cover things, even though I think some of the decisions about when we cover things are a little dubious. We cover, stuff way ahead of its time, CSS and stuff, but it's better than nothing. So that's why I'm doing this. I'm going to come back. I'm going to take a quick break. So I'm going to start a video here. And I'm going to start up a little ad. It's something I figured out how to do. I'm going to put a little mark. Then we're going to take a break. I'll be gone for like maybe 15, 20 minutes. And when I come back, we're going to be doing all of the form data structures. So we should complete all of forms today, which should complete all of part 1. And if you want to play around and tinker while we're here, while things are going on, let me know. You got people in the chat you can help talk to. So I'm gonna cue an ad right now. I appreciate you leaving the ad on, even if you have something else you want to do. So see you in a bit. we doing? Yep. Tilde represents home. This is true. I'm going to be doing all of that pretty soon. All right. So, let's get right back at it. And we're going to go through the form elements. So, there's lots of them. It's going to be a little bit exhausting, but we'll get through it. We have the text entry controls, submit, reset, radio buttons. So I guess it's just best to just go right into it. So let's do them in order of the book. And nobody else has any other questions. I see you guys are talking about some Unix command line stuff, which is great. I'd love to have you guys do that. You had to deal with CSH the other day? Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Yeah, wow. Guys, great stuff. Your direct boss uses it? CSH? Really? Wow. Well, there you go. People who know what's going on. I encourage you to chat about whatever you need to chat about. But just remember, we're going to be talking. If people have questions about the topic at hand, we're gonna stay on that now. So, but yeah, please chat away during the breaks. Assume everybody's back. I'm going to check stream health really quick, just because it's something I'm uncomfortable with right now. I want to make sure the new stuff is working. Hey, we had some few followers from Twitch. Thanks for coming in from Twitch. Yeah, we're almost back up to 6,500. I'm pretty sure I had a dip in followers in Twitch when I stopped doing the stream chat. So if you're on Twitch right now, if you're one of my, how many people we got on it here? We got 25 viewers on Twitch right now. Welcome. I still love you. I really do. I'm having troubles with loving Twitch right now, particularly because many reasons. But just know, if you can't chat, if you go through the hassle of doing the IRC it's just not that much hassle. I definitely do want to build a rival. There's no question. But there's already a rival. Twitch is built on IRC, people. Twitch chat is IRC. So there's nothing novel about what I'm doing. I'm doing the same thing as Twitch. So it's just, we're doing it our own way. It is in the chat description. Nobody ever sees it. It is very there. Chat was disabled on Twitch. Look, let me show you again. So, come on. I don't know how much more obvious I can get. So since we're still sort of on break, I promise not to get pulled in a rabbit hole. Yeah, you can put that into. Guys, are you seeing desyncing audio and video? If you're seeing any kind of slowness in this synchronization, please let me know, because I'm doing something different. The audio, okay, check. One. On YouTube. Nope, sync is near perfect. Okay, Raritan and you're very finicky. So, what I wanted to show is I don't know how I can get more precise than. Oh man, I like all this. I gotta go watch me some of those bands. Those are fun. Oh gosh. So 2, 3, 4. It's got 3-second lag. It's fine, right? Here, go to rdbxrob.live to chat. Twitch chat disabled on purpose. It was desync for me on Twitch, but on YouTube it's fine. Huh. Well, okay. So, if anybody else has problems with that, what are you saying? It was lied. You lied. What did you lie about? Go most things. Yeah. Okay. Transcoding. I don't remember that a few days ago. That was there this week. So deflare. That's fair. That's very fair. To be fair, the restreaming thing wasn't this concurrent. We started doing it with Restream, and we were messing with it like 2 days ago. And today is when we actually really have it solidly hooked up and working. So All right. Refreshed and fine. Yes, good. Don't worry me, but please keep me informed because this is new. It's just something that we weren't doing before. All right, so let's go back. Let's go back to it. I'm gonna turn that off for now. And yeah, we have quite a few people find me through Twitch, so I'm not gonna turn that off. Past Rob versus present Rob. It kind of is. All right, what are we doing? We're doing forms now. So let's shift gears and go back to forms, shall we? I'm actually going to put a mark in here, and I'm going to write a little script for this at some point. But right now, I'm just going to click on add stream mark for the beginning of this, which is kind of nice. Twitch has this too, but I don't save VODs on Twitch anymore. So if you want a past version, it's worth mentioning. You have to go get the playlist on YouTube. It takes a little while for the video to process, but I will make a script for everything. That's who I am. I can't stop. All right, so what are we working on? We're working on our form here. All right, so we already know about type equals text, so let's do that one. You guys remember type equals text, right? And I guess we could say name. Let's do name. I mean, this is going to go so fast. We're going to be done in an hour. It's because it's mostly just a matter of looking up all the different widgets, and it's not even hard really. So we're gonna reload. Now I have my name here, Rob. We'll add labels. Labels are important. We'll add those next. Those are really important, particularly for accessibility and stuff. I'm gonna get tired of doing this. Oh, well, yeah. I don't want to jump the gun yet. There's all kinds of things I want to show you. All right, so. So here we go. We're going to go back here, go back to our book. So the grade form protocol. So here is a form. You guys have seen a form before. I mean, this is not anything new. You know about all these things. You might not know what the names are, so we'll do that, but it's going to go really quickly. So, you got names, address, phone numbers, you got text areas, you got, choosable buttons. They have check boxes. You have these like areas, field areas that block it all in. So, building forms is something that's a part of IT. It's been a part of IT development forever. I told you that last series or last video was like, there's like a running joke in the web world that front-end web developers are just glorified form creators. That's like, that is not fair. There's a lot. That's like fighting words to a certain type of developer. Text controls. So here's the first one. Text equals type equals nothing. You just put text in there. The end. Okay. It says here, as I mentioned, you want to have labels in here. We'll discuss label later because of form accessibility. That makes it so blind people and others can see it. So we want that in there. Single line text field. It gives us a name. You can make the value. Oh, let's go over that. So you can set some parameters as attributes. The value is let's go ahead and do that. React forms. Vomit. Exactly. My kind of people, 43. I'm going to call people by their numbers, I've decided. So if we do this, there's two things you can do here. Actually, I wonder if she covers it. I bet it doesn't look like she does. There's another one you can say that is like, it won't print it. There's one that is actually the default value. And then there's another one that's like, I don't think she covers it. We're gonna have to look at that. So, how's it going, Quint? As I'm gonna say, hello, what's the name? Your name. So I'm gonna put your name. Now, I might be remembering this wrong, but if you, yeah, I think I might be remembering this wrong. Here we go. Reload. No, I don't want to reload. Oh, wait. Disable cache. I thought cache was cleared already. Why are you doing that to me? You should not be doing that. It's not there we go. All right. So your name, see that? But if I submit it, it says your name. So that's the default value, but that's not what you want 9 times out of 10. You don't want to put a value in there because then you'll get a bunch of people with your name, right? And I don't think she covers it, to tell you the truth. I don't think she covers it. So max length, that's a given. I don't have to do max length. You get it, right? Be careful, by the way. There are some people have like min length, and you got like min length of a name is like 2 characters, but there's people who have 2 character names. There's like doing forms incorrectly is like one of the things that you get roasted for most commonly. You'll become a meme because you're doing your forms wrong. So this puts red into there. It has multi-line text fields with text, type equals text area, value. Okay, there we go. Max length, min length. We covered that. Size. This is different. This is how many visible characters. So let's try that. So let's actually, we don't need that. Ours is pretty clean. If you wanted to make it like, 50 characters long, you could do size. But I'm a little bit concerned that she's not covering the placeholder. Okay, I think placeholder is good for form 2. I'm gonna go check. So we're gonna go look at the docs like I encourage you to do, and we're gonna go to WG, and we're gonna look for the form element because I have a feeling that she's missing something, and I want to see. So, nope. Oh gosh. No, that's not what I want. I used my Vimium got in the way. This is what I get for using a text-based browser. I mean, a non-text browser. Form. HTML element. It's got to be here somewhere. Here we go. Section. Grouping. We covered most of those, but you don't need it. You just need to know where to look them up. Ooh, I didn't know they canonicalize all the licenses, all the link types. I don't remember that. That's cool. Edits, insert picture, images, processing model. No. Iframes are cool, but no. That's how you do videos. We did that. Map, area, element, mathml, tabular data. We did that. Forms. There we go. Form element, the label element. We're going to cover that. Type equals hidden. This is interesting. So let's try that one. That one's, look, as you can see, well, she might cover. I'm not gonna go there yet. I think she's gonna cover type equals hidden. There's lots and lots of different widgety thingies, but common input attributes. Okay, so this is what she's read only. I forgot about read only. So there's a lot of attributes here. I mean, there's a lot of attributes you can add. Pattern, min, max, step list, placeholder. So usually you don't want to put value there, which is, I think is a dubious decision to put that in the book. I think it should be, instead of putting, because you really don't want to put your name, because everybody will submit forms that say anonymous. That's how you get an anonymous group. It's the default post is anonymous, so everybody leaves it in there. If you want to actually have that be the value, then do that. But otherwise, you probably want this placeholder, and that should be better. I'm going to guess. I'm going to try it right now. So, yeah, there we go. See what it did? See? Rob, yeah, that's what you want. You want that. You don't want, by the way, if you control enter or control return or whatever, that will submit your form data. Pretty much everything. So if you don't want to have to go down and click every time, which I hate. So there you go. So it is placeholder. Placeholder is usually what you want, right? So let's add one here. Let's add a placeholder. Placeholder equals you at your email dot, I don't know, you at email your email. All right, reload. There you go. Name and email. We don't even need your in there. Let's make it. I know I'm being OCD about this, but whatever. All right, reload. There we go. Name and email. Ooh, he's now starting to look cool, huh? So hash username on the back end, so they're all stored in the same link regardless, right? Yes. Yes, you can do that. User at domain.lo. That'd be one way to do it. There's lots of ways to do it. This one, is going to need a label. The thing I like about these is that if you use a placeholder, you don't need a label, but you should probably still put a label anyway for the whole, well, you actually really should do that. So, you know what I mean? I'm thinking, well, we'll change that back when we have labels. When we have labels, we'll put something like an actual pretend value there, like user at domain.com. There's actually a pretend domain. What is it? I think it is domain.com. There is a domain established for using as an example. I want to look it up right now. It's like a standard for using because it's like literally nothing, right? I can't remember what it is. It's like the 555 for telephone numbers, but for domains. Is it example.com? I think it might be, yeah. So if you want to use a domain for something, like, yeah, it is example.com. Cool. So that's not in the book. So there's a little bit of info. Wait, did I search for links example? I did because I'm dumb. The domain names example.com, example.net, example.org, example.edu are second level domains in domain name service on the internet. They are reserved by the authority in the direction of internet for special purposes. There you go. So putting in books. So this would be a good example of that. I'm glad we remember that. Thank you for Harry for filling me in on that. So let's go ahead and change that right now. What is that, Vera? Oh, is that part of the... Oh, test, really? Dot test? Didn't know test dot as well as dot test. What hidden does. Hidden sends... Here, we're going to do hidden right away since you asked, okay? Because we can jump ahead. So let's do hidden. Let's do... This hidden gets used a lot, actually. 619, and I know I could Google. So let's do secret code. True story. Just around the hidden thing. True story. People use forms for testing software in the school district, and they put the answers as hidden form elements. Can anybody tell me why that's a bad idea? I'm going to do this. Test answer value equals super secret answer. Yeah, it's so stupid. I can't believe millions of dollars for that software, thousands probably. I don't know. You know what they did? They locked down Inspect Element. That was not the only reason they did it, but it was one of the reasons they did it is because they locked down Inspect Element because they didn't want people to cheat on the test. I just don't have any words for that. I just really don't. I don't have to tell you why that's a bad idea. So here we go. Here, we're going to actually submit. So watch carefully. We're going to put this here. Damn it. I got to type this every time. And I got to pick a date. Here we go. I don't have to, but. So, look at that. There's my super secret answer. Yep. Anyone can see a view source. So, all I had to do to cheat this was inspect element. And, I mean, I can do that. Okay. So there's my hidden right there, right? Or if you don't want to do that, that's locked down. What's another way? Just do view page source, which is different, by the way. View page source. Oh, sorry for the white. View page source is exactly what was typed in. And actually, if you want a way of doing that, that's not as painful on your eyes. You can go to network over here. I just realized this today, actually. You go to network over here and click on, yep, click on this. Oh boy, look, I'll even show you. That's crazy. Damn it, what did I do? Okay, oh, here we go. So yeah, then you go down here. Where is it? I know it's here because I just saw it. There, get. It's like harder to get to, but it shows you everything, right? If you go to the bottom of it, where is it? I know it's there. Oh, response payload. It's still white, but there you go. You can look at the response payload and it gives you, it's in black and white. Otherwise you can right click here and like hope your eyes don't blow out. Yeah, exactly. So let me give you an example of what that is. So since we're talking about that, that's really important to understand this. So I'm going to make a web page that is valid HTML5 that is not something I would recommend, but it's valid. Okay. So you're inside. This is kind of related. So this is HTML. Make a paragraph, say something. That is a valid HTML page. Yep, pretty sure. And I mean, even if it isn't, it works. I know for a fact you don't need head and you don't need body at all. They're implied automatically. You also don't need to close your tags according to HTML5, which is just they just did all those things to make it easy for people to not get in trouble. They did a lot of things with HTML5 to make it easy to just have stuff work. And if you do this, so if I do valid, watch. So the question at hand is, why look at inspect element versus view source? And this is why. So if we do valid, so we have our something in a paragraph, right? And it's HTML, see there? But if I do, this is already white, your eyes are not gonna get any more hurt. But if you view page source, you get this, right? But because it's valid HTML, when you inspect element on it, you get to see the DOM that is built in, all the stuff that is added by the web browser to make it into an actual HTML page. So you see what it did? It automatically added a head, a body, and everything to make it into a valid HTML page. So this is why inspecting element on a thing is not the same as viewing the source, because sometimes it will try to do something. In fact, sometimes if you have an error in your HTML, you look at the inspect element and you're like, oh, it thinks this is what I was trying to do. And in fact, you look at the source and that you can help you identify. If like you're missing a slash or an angle bracket for browser developers, oh my gosh, yeah. The browser developers who had to maintain HTML have really earned their money over the years. I mean, they really have. People complain about browsers all the time and stuff, but I got to tell you, they really earn their money, man. They really do. The people who make Chrome and Firefox, I mean, all of them. It's so complicated now. Web browsers are so complicated now. They're akin to call them web platform because they're like operating systems at this point. And the Chrome OS is a good example of this, right? Yeah, it is. It's an entire operating system. It's just so complicated. So we're gonna go back to localhost 80. Oh boy, my marquee enters for the one. It makes me want to put the theme song for. Do you guys know the themes? I wonder if it would. I wonder if it's gonna demonetize me. I don't want to play it. So go play this right now. Talk about a rabbit hole. Go play. No, that's marquee. That was us violating standards. Yeah, this is you want to see what that one is. That we did it a few days ago. That's good old marquee, yeah. Marquee is deprecated. Don't use it. So we were playing around with pictures the other day, and this is how you can do an inline SVG that you can then code. You can manipulate it, but or you can just put marquee around it and make it move. And so we did that. But I always want to. What's the game? Commodore 64 Mule theme. They have a Mule for NES now? No way. No. That they have an NES Mule? When did they do that? That's like dumb. Oh boy. I'm going to get demonetized for this. I'm going to play like 2 seconds of it. And then you guys can go play it, okay? You ready? Can you hear it? Oh, you can't hear it. All right, let me go over here. That's all I can play. I'm sorry, I had to do something fun. That was fun. So that's the sound. Imagine that sound going on right now. Like, can we please code? I'm sorry. I have to have fun too. So there. Okay, we're back to our forms. Where's our boring form again? The memory sound, is it not awesome? Yeah. We got a big long comment from Doppelt. Oh right. If you're gonna have a browser war, don't do it right now, please. No browser fights. We got code to write. Yeah, direction up is fun too. You can do direction up, and then you can actually do bounce, and it's not supported. So, but the reason we went out to the web page in the first place is because I wanted to show you all these other things that she doesn't cover, and one of them is important. That was placeholder. So you need to cover these. Read only is cool. Read only shuts it down. I don't know why you would do that, but if you wanted to show somebody a value, and then you can actually change it from read only to not read only. And yeah, so those are all ways of doing things. Am I in the same thing? Nope. Okay. So CD, contact form. Here we are. Index HTML. Let's make one read only, shall we? So let's say we already have I already covered hidden. Yeah. So let's do. Let's do he. How about that? He. You can't change me. This is a lie. It's yet another way you can hack websites that trust these things. There are people who do. You guys don't think they do. They do. There's people who make websites and you're like, no one would be that dumb. I'm telling you, there are people this dumb. So just know it. Ain't no such thing as free. I love that. It's a great point from Milton and from Doppeldankster. You guys, I'm sorry, I'm chopping your names now, but you know why? That's so that our ASCII art will work. I'm not going to show you that right now because the chat will explode in ASCII art if I do it. So what am I doing? All right, let's come back here and find my thing here. There we go. Oh boy. It's just fun. Web development is fun. Let's just be real. The checkmate. Yeah. Gonna read myself to death. It's a checkmate. Shakmati. All right. Inspect element. And here's our pretty form. Look, you can't change me. Oh wait, did we make it a placeholder? Yes, we did. Let's make it a value. Shall we do that instead? We don't want a placeholder. We want a value here. What's the difference? Placeholder just doesn't become a value. It's like a kind of a prompt, right? So reload. You can't change me. Oh yeah, watch me. I forgot my read only thing. Whoopsie. Read only. And it's a Boolean, so you don't need to do anything else. Right? We did a huge, we talked about Boolean attributes for probably a half an hour, if not an hour, in one of the streams way back when. So you can't even click on it. All right, so somebody tell me how I can change this across the web. Oh gosh, DFlare, after you learn about forms like this, you will see ways to hack forms everywhere. I'm not kidding. If you like inspect element on stuff, if you like this stuff, you'll see so many forms you can hack. Yeah. How do I change this, guys? How do I defeat this? Yeah. Pull up our, how do I defeat this? Anybody know? Right click. Inspect element. Read only, huh? This is see how this attribute is an empty string? That's actually true according to the attribute specification of HTML. That's why we spent an hour on it. Yeah. If you have read only equals false, it's still true. It's the stupidest thing. It's really stupid. I don't like it at all. Because then when you translate this into JavaScript, your true and false notions are completely screwed up. It was a massive mistake, if you ask me, on the part of the HTML designers. There's not many of them, but that's one. So yeah, read only is true. That means read only is true. But how do I get rid of it? Yeah, how do I get rid of it? Well, because you can change it there, the backend will accept it. Yeah, and that's what I want. This is the part I'm trying to hammer home to people as we do web development, particularly to junior web developers. Don't get owned. Don't get owned. Don't be the people that make tests and put unencrypted data in the forum data. Don't be the people who put read only here and don't know that somebody can go and inspect element and change it. So as I'm teaching you this, the book's not teaching you this. I'm going to teach you how to hack all this stuff so that you can be safe and not make crappy websites and apps, because they exist all over. And I promise you, you'll find a dozen this week. You'll be browsing, you'll be obsessed with this, and you'll be like inspecting all the forums and everything, and you'll be like, what? I'm going to show you one, actually. I'm going to show you how to hack one. I can't show you how to hack one. Never mind. I take that back. I can tell you where to go to. All I'm going to say is there is a site you can go to. I'm going to let you figure out, based on this, sort of a capture the frag moment in real, not frag, but yeah. So all I have to do here is go in here and delete the readme. And huzzah. Oh, I can't, can I? Sucks to be you. Not only that, I can submit it. Look at that. Don't depend on these forum attributes for anything. All right? Remember this one here that's supposed to be secret? No. You know what's worse? What if I had submitted that as a query string? Yeah. This, I guarantee you'll find, I haven't seen this one in the wild, but I tell you what, I guarantee you'll find this in the wild. Check it out. So somebody will use method equal get, talk about the epitome of stupidity. Okay? God knows I love stupidity. So they will, it's inexperience, whatever you want to call it. It's not being stupid. It really has nothing to do with intelligence. I always say that. So then what? Submit query. Look, hey, look, my test super secret answer is now in the query string that just got logged with the server. I have input sanitation on the back end. You definitely do. And Vero was giving us all kinds of reminders of that today too. You need to sanitize the back end data. Your back-end server process that handles all this incoming data is the one safe firewall to all of your data. And if you don't sanitize your data or untaint your data, like we used to say, you're going to get owned. I mean, you're going to get really, really owned. And I'm going to show you a site where they built their whole entire enterprise on this idea that the web browser can be trusted and that users wouldn't figure stuff out. And they make money on selling stuff to people by not knowing this. And you can go play this game and you can switch things that are supposed to be, secured to insecure, and you can get $20 items for free. True story. And they know about it. It was reported to them, and they said, "We don't care. Nobody's going to do that." Oh yeah? I'm going to tell you how to do it. I can't specifically tell you how to hack. I can only tell you how to process forms. And by the way, 90% of the hacking that's out there is just knowing how forms work. You know what I mean? Would you call yourself a hacker because you know how to do inspect element? No, that's not being a hacker, right? Right. So enough of that. I really want to hit that part home. She doesn't hit that part of security at all in the book. And it's scary because this is, the main book that's used to teach web design and development. And there's no elements of security taught at all in here that I've run across. Maybe there's something in here that I missed. So it'll be fun to go back. God, if you're using, this is, oh God. You know what? At this point, Jen, I'm sorry. I mean, this was a great book for its time. But at this point, I'm like, you need to throw this out. Because look at this. Placeholder is used everywhere. By the way, quick quiz. How do I check whether I can use placeholder? Raise your hand if you know how to check whether I can use placeholder or not. Do you know? Do you know how I can check that? Yeah. So we're doing guys, just, I know you're conversational now and that's awesome, but can I use, good job, Jason. Good job. So we're going to go over here and we're going to go to, can I use Dora the Explorer? How many of you, anybody know what a doobie is? I'm not talking about the kind that Snoop Dogg uses. Anyway, here we go. So, can I use placeholder? How's it going, XN? Good doobies. It's an ancient reference from my generation of children. I know you don't want to know it, but you're being forced to hear almost boomer memes. Look, you can use it everywhere, guys. You can use it everywhere except for IE, which you don't care about because nobody uses that anymore, unless you're in a government contract that has to use it, which changed jobs immediately. Your generation has the better doobie. I'm not going to argue with that. I'm not promoting drug use unless it's legal. Okay, so here we go. Usage relative. So I would say the answer to whether you should use placeholder is a definite yes. It's not pot. It's not. I'm not. It's. I did not mean to take you down that rabbit hole. I'm so sorry. I'm the teacher who actually distracts his own class. This is why I don't do well with traditional education. Somebody would come in to audit my class, and they would like, we have to see if this teacher is capable of teaching and of instructing effectively. And I'd be like, hey, do you guys know what a doobie is? And they'd be like, I don't do well. I don't do well in traditional educational institutions. I don't. I try. I don't even really go off that. I would never ask that in an actual sense, but I did not even think about that meaning of the word. I thought of the naive, happy Captain Kangaroo method of the word, which, by the way, if you really want to get creeped out, go watch Captain Kangaroo, even like one episode of Captain Kangaroo. Okay. I promise we're still working. So we can still use placeholder, right? Placeholder. So Jen, as wonderful as you are, this is not true. Version of prior to version 11 older, do not store it placeholder. Who cares? Delete that. All right. So she does not cover nearly all of the attributes here that you can use. So once again, where is the definitive source for anything and everything HTML? What WG? We talked about that several videos back. This is where you go. And as you can see, there's lots of elements you can add here. We are not going to cover them all. All right. Oh, step. Ooh, step is cool. I forgot about step. Wait. That's a new one. Can we still use step? Step is cool. I want to show you step. There's been a lot of widgets added. I just got to say, I want to see if we can use it because this is a new one. I might want to use on mine. Step. No, that's not it. API step, HTML input element step. Yes. Everything. We can use it. What is step? Okay, so let's tell you what step is. MDM browser compatible. Yes. All right, let's add it. I'm going to add it. You add it to like a number. It has to be like a number element, I think. I could be remembering this wrong, but let's try. So input type equals, input type equals, do you have to do number or is it just text still? I can't remember. Is it number? I don't remember. I have to go look. No shame. Oh, type equals number. All right, it is number. All right, so number. Placeholder. No, we don't need that. Sliders. Yeah, that's a new one too. That's not in the book. So let's do that. Number equals step. All right. And where's my thing? Refresh. 3. I did it wrong. What did I do wrong? I did something wrong. What? I do not. Do I? I changed the wrong thing. I changed the wrong thing. What should we call it? Number of crayons. It just popped in there. Number. Thank you for that. I know it's okay. So let's do this. Okay, refresh. Okay, so that's fun. Submit. We still got query string going on here. Number of crayons equals 21. I think you can use arrows for this too. Yes, you can. See? Woohoo! Pushing the arrow key. Oh wait, I forgot to turn my stuff on. Here we go. This is just fun. I love form widgets. I can't get the inspector catch out. It is embedded in my brain. It just comes out all the time randomly. All right. I'm having fun, and I know that doesn't make me really quick at doing this, but it makes it worth doing. If it's not fun, I don't want to do it. So value size 20 characters by default. Text area. Okay, let's do that. Look, I don't have to tell you at this point in the book, go look at the standard. Play around with them all. Maybe you can put each one of everything. I don't even want to waste your time on that. You can do that. You can try all these little ones. I only tried the fun ones, right? Here's some other ones you can use. So minimum and maximum. You can put all these things in. But why? Okay. So I want to show you something though. Once again, do not depend on those things. So watch. If I say step max equals, I only want to let people have 12 crayons. Period. See what I did? I didn't even look at that. I didn't even put quotes around it. Sue me. All right. So I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to come over here. I'm being a rebel. I'm not using my quotes. You don't need your quotes unless you want, but you should do it because people will yell at you. Wait. Here we go. Take this out. So what's the moral of the story when it comes to forums? Right? So, oh no, I'm stopped. I can't use more than 12 crayons. I can't buy more than 12 crayons. But I actually can. You guys know what I'm going to do, right? Because you're good hackers and you're good web developers and you don't make crappy sites. So you're going to right click on this and you're going to do inspect element. And then what? I don't know. I think I want 1200 crayons. Thank you very much. That's probably enough. That's how many free crayons is that? Okay. Submit query. Boom. Number of crayons, 316. They can use single and double. All of that is fine. So the specification for attribute values is they can be raw if they don't have funky characters in them. That includes dash, by the way. They can be wrapped in single quotes or wrapped in double quotes. That's the spec. So if somebody has information to the contrary, I mean, you want me to prove it? So, I mean, we can go back. I don't want to get up this page right here, but you can go look it up. So that's my memory of it. I love single quotes. I'm a big single quotes fan. When I do JavaScript and if I do JavaScript and Python, I'm single quotes all the way. Because double quotes are ugly. I'm a single quote guy. Sue me. People, again, if you're going to code with another code base, though, you got to use what they use. That's the way to be a good developer. But if I am making the project, I have single quotes and everything. That's just me. I don't like the wasted time. Anyway, as you can see, I put a maximum. So if it would be irresponsible of me to teach you the number type and the max thing and to not tell you that it doesn't matter for any reason It's completely useless because why? Because when the data gets to the server, somebody could have messed with the front end and done whatever, right? That goes for Macs too. Wait, the thing where okay, so here's another one that happens all the time. You gotta be super careful of this. You might think that you limited your text field to like 20 characters, but no, you're not limiting it to anything. So you still have to have safeties in place on your server that check the length of all the incoming data. Okay. And there's a word I'm going to teach you here. It's called tainted. Vera will know all about this, but tainted data is any data from an untrusted source. And one of the reasons that Perl was so superior to all the other options at the time, including Python, still is for this particular thing, is because Perl has a default mode called tainted mode, and you can put tainted mode on, and Perl will automatically catch any data coming in from the outside, and it will flag it. And unless you specifically scrub it by matching it with a regular expression, which we don't know about yet, but it will reject it. And the reason I'm telling you about this is because if you start to think about writing your code this way now, and this is, for some of you, this is the first time you've written any code, it's really important that you think about terms of, is this incoming data tainted? And the answer to that question is, do I have control over the source of this data? And if you don't have control over the source of the data, you should never trust it. It's tainted. That means you need to do whatever it takes to check it. And by the way, the best way to untaint data is to match it against what is allowed, not what is not allowed. It's a very failed approach, in my opinion, to try to guess every bad situation instead of specifying specifically the good situation and matching against that. Then all the bad situations are eliminated. This is a topic that nobody talks about, but it's so key to, preventing hacking through the web or through any other thing. When you have data that's coming in and you need to check that data to make sure it's okay, check it against a regular expression or something that says, okay, does this match what is allowed? Not, does it have anything that shouldn't be used? And that's much better way to do that. On time selections for booking, yeah, these that have an interest in hacking, right? Look, if that's, it's fine. Look, Elsie, it's fine to do that. It's very useful to help your users know what to put in, right? But what you need to be aware of is the hackers that are going to look at that system and they're going to make money and they're going to get bug bounties off you because you're going to not check for it on the back end. So I've said it like 10 times tonight. Don't ever let your form input limitations stop you from checking that data on the back end. And that's, a lot with this, there's a disconnect between the front end developers and the back end developers. And if if you're a good back end developer, you don't trust anything, period. In the front end, people can do whatever they want, right? But what we're seeing more and more now is we're seeing more and more content, business logic it's called, is going to the front because of the power of the world, the web and progressive web apps and all that stuff, and React and Vue and all these great, frameworks and everything. It's great. And so more of the business logic, the validation, the calculations and stuff is moving up there, which means there's more risk of trusting stuff from the browser when it comes down without checking all the data out. Particularly if you're doing mathematical calculations and stuff like that, there's nothing that's checking those calculations on the back end. So just be aware of this issue. It's really, really important. It's the source of every hack on the web that's ever happened, pretty much. Almost all of them are because of this. And you'll see, we'll get into SQL injection at some point, but that's when people change instead of putting in, here's one, right? So let's say you have a database on the back end. You could do, what is the common one, guys? You guys remember it? What's some standard SQL injection thing? Select, this is not the one, but actually I think this is it. I think this is it. I think it's select star from password, right? So this is what people will do. In your hacker hat. This is not an actual SQL injection, but this is how a hacker would do a SQL injection. So let's say you don't check that data, right? That data gets sent to the software running on the server, like our server, like we wrote, and then it sends a query over into the database and says, "Hey, give me I want to save the name into the database," right? But if you don't, taint check the data and clean it up, there's other ways of doing that, specifically for this kind of thing, then what does it end up sending over to the database? Yeah. Yeah. Just always expect them to do the bad thing. Instead of sending a name to the database to be inserted, oh, there's one. Thank you. I knew we had a hacker in here who would know better to do. So see what XN's showing us here. So you send this stuff as a name, and now it's a valid piece of code to try to, it should be putting the name in the database, but instead of putting the name in the database, it forces remember this, and then when you run it, it would show you, well, let's put post back on, but it would end up doing is it would end up sending them back the entire table of passwords or credit card data. Anytime you've ever heard like Equifax, or any time you've ever heard about basic SQL injection, but these are beginner web developers. They need to know about this. If you don't know about this, you're going to end up writing a form that's not being checked on the back end, and you're going to end up giving away all of the consumer credit card data from your organization. So it's not as much your concern as it is the person on the back end writing the other code. But the reason I'm saying it so much right now is because these limited parameters are lies. Right? There are conveniences to help you like set your form parameters, but at the end of the day, they're lies, and you should never trust them. You should never, ever trust them. They are just to help your user, good users, know what to enter and help them out to enter the data, but you never, ever trust that data to be exactly what that's been limited to be. Well, this one, it depends. I mean, DFlare, we're talking about, there's many, many different layers to SQL attacks. Little side note, by the way, if you want to get into learning SQL injection attacks, you can go to PicoCTF for free, and you can learn all about it. This is the Carnegie Mellon University, and they have an exploratory hacker lab for cybersecurity, which is a field that is very legitimate and is very needed right now. And if you behave like it was true, yeah, that's what it says. It says, yeah, it says, yeah, pretend like it's true. That's what it says. So if you want to get into this stuff, and I do encourage you to do that. If there's anybody out here who's intrigued by all of this hacker stuff, go out to PicoCTF and play. They have competitions. They have $20,000 grant for you to get in there, and it's really fun. Somebody told me about it, and I really bagged on them a lot. I'm glad those videos are deleted now, because it had this sort of gamey nature to it originally, but it's all gone now. And they have their own server you can log into and everything. It's really fun, and we need it, So, and one of the reasons I bring this up is because some people think, why am I teaching beginners HTML web design first if they want to be hackers? And now you know why. Like, the number one attack vector for most hacks is the web. So if you don't know about all these forum things, I can already show you a thing you can hack right now and get free stuff on a game just from this one thing. I remember a CTF where I had to download the page source and open it in my web browser after changing some things to get the flag. Yep. If you want to get an account on Hack the Box, so if you even want to play on Hack the Box, it's a free game. .eu. You can't even play this until you know what I'm teaching you right now about forums. You can't even do it. You can't even create an account. In order to create an account on Hack the Box, you have to hack the page. True story. And now you'll know how to do that. You wouldn't know about that before. So, and it involves all the same stuff we're doing. The inspect element, the looking at form values, all of that. Oh, that's true. You do need to know JS. That's true. Sorry about that. You do. You have to know basic JavaScript, which we're going to teach you right after this. So we're going to do JavaScript before we do. Actually, I don't know if we're going to do JavaScript before or after Pandoc. Probably after. Post plus base 64. Yeah. Well, we talked about base 64 too in an earlier video. So I kind of feel like this is web development with hacking in mind. I didn't mean it to be. I just love hacking stuff. Not to break into it or get anything. It's just because there's no way to express superiority to say your stuff is crap. Watch me show you. I don't notice Quint. What are you like changing 10 different names there, Quint? I like your Yeah. All right. So let's go back to. Oh, I don't even know what we're doing. What are we doing again? Here we go. So, I mean, we got to go down through the rest of them in the book. Let's stick with the book. So obviously, Jen doesn't talk about hacking in her book. Is that the book that needs to be made? Web development from a hacker's perspective. Learn HTML so you can hack it. That needs to be a book. I wanted to make it a lot more fun. It assigns the default one. Yeah. Sorry for the disconnects there, Quint. Are you using ZNC? You might want to up your IRC client at some point. Text area. Okay, so text area is actually worth adding. This is a pretty common one. So if you're writing like a blog post or something, which if you're up your IRC game, this is the thing with IRC, right? You can start with the web interface and just keep growing. You can't do that with other things. So it's still a paragraph. I'm just gonna put a paragraph here. Text area, and then another one. And text area does have a beginning and an ending tag. So unlike the other ones. And you actually don't need anything more than that. That'll be fine. So, but wait, what did I do? Obviously I screwed something up. What did I screw up? Oh, is that? Wait a second. Oh, okay. I made a mistake. You see what I did? Did you see that? It is now known as Quint Zero. Web development for the shoned. That's a great title. XN, that is a great title. You need to write it. You need to write it. Go write it. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. I am a text area. All right, so submit. We got to go back to our post method though, because this is driving me nuts. All right, post. And then what? Hit refresh on this. You can make it so if there's a change, it automatically refreshes, but we're going to hold off on that. You can't change me. You can't change me. Why is there two of them? There should not be two of those. Why is there two? Why does he have to? Oh, I know why. I think it might have cached something. Yeah, it did. Oh, you know why? Oh, this is awesome. I get to show you something. Okay, so the reason you have two of them, this is why this is so much for fun live. All right, so here's the server, right? So if you guys go back and watch the server thing, so parse form parses both the query string and the form data. So if its method equals post, then what I want to do is, I think it's post form. So there's form and there's post form. And form is generally nice to use. It will combine the query string and the data that's inside of the post. So the reason that got combined, if you want to just use the post data, I believe it's form post, it might be post form, I can't remember. It's one of those two, and it will just stick with the post data. So if there's a query string, it just ignores it. But if you use this is a Go thing. This is a Go net HTTP thing. But if there is a query string and there's a post data, which is what we have here, we have a query string and post data because I just reused the same URL, then it's going to double that up because I have two of them. So I'm glad I got to show you that. The way to fix that, of course, is to just get rid of the query string, and then we get this thing, and if I hit submit, we'll just get the one. So yeah, but that's good that you got to see that. All right, next. So yeah, that's it. It's a feature of the Golang HTTP. It's kind of a convenience so that you can combine anything from the query string and the post. But if you wanted to just use the post, you could do it. Yeah, I mean it's. I mean I don't know. Some might call that a bug. I mean, because allowing people. The truth is that both of them are valid sources of input. So a lot of times you would want to combine those two, but not always. One of the conveniences of that is that says you can, if you want to make your data come from a query string, fine. If you want it from a post, fine. You can interchange your methods without breaking your server code. But we saw the reasons not to use query string. So text area. So about text area. We don't really need to go through much more. If anything you put in here is the same as value and the other stuff. So first value, and that's the same as like on the text area here, he the value, the initial value. So yeah, we can go ahead and save that, reload, resend. No, what am I thinking? I'm being okay. Wait, I have to redo it. Declare the cache. There. So see, it says first value, right? Now I just submit. And there it is, first value. I got that wrong. I'm sorry, I got that wrong. I could have swore that was the initial value. So no, so that's the equivalent of placeholder. So that means you can use placeholder also. That doesn't seem right. Oh, we didn't give it a name. That's what happened. I didn't give it a name. Text. How about this? Some text. Okay. Yeah, that was a problem. I messed up. I messed up bad. I forgot to give it a name. But now you learn from my mistake. Submit query. So yeah, there it is. First value. So this still has the whole placeholder thing, equals enter something. No, that won't work. Why? No quotes. Should we use single quotes here just to be contrarian? How do you do back from the command line from this thing? I'm trying to figure out how to do back from the keyboard. I don't remember how to do it. Right click? No. Okay, fine. I want to figure out how to do this. I don't have to go with the mouse every time. What is name used for? No, name is what gives your variables names. Is it alt arrow? Thank you. I think I have Vimium on here too, so I should probably be able to. Wait, let me try something. No, that's not it. Whatever. Oh, Vimium's on here. Anyway. Enter something. Submit query. Nothing. Right? Some text. Nothing. Ooh. All right. Thanks, Harry. So, blah, 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 blah. Submit. There we go. All right. So, nothing fancy there. For file browsers, web browsers, Dolphin. Yeah. Well, now I know about it, so I'll use it too. Let's go back here. So that's it for text browser. You can set columns and rows. It's not worth even showing you. That's pretty basic. Blah, blah, hard value preserves line breaks. Did not know about that one. Might want to try that one. Again, all this max length, min length stuff, don't trust it. It's just to guide, your users. We need to get to labels. That's why I don't want to run out of time. What time are we on? Oh, whoops. Oh boy. We're doing good on time. So, yeah, we're going to get completely through this. Disabled and read only. Again, don't trust these things. I just have to own this just because it's more fun to own it. Disabled my bum. My brain had to pause to use a rated G word. I swear, I'm a human being, I swear, but I'm trying to get better and not do it on stream. All right. So apparently this is disabled now. Oh no. Bull crap. I almost wish they didn't put it in there. I mean, I know it's a stylistic thing. This is what I wish they would have done. Can I just say? I wish they would have left all of these form attributes out. You know why? Because then and this is probably why people are using stylistic forms using divs, editable divs and stuff, which we'll get to. You can not use any of these form types. You should, because they're semantic and they provide. See, watch. That's one thing I want to show you really quick. But so this whole thing will still work. See this? You can't change me. See, there's all the form values, and you can like change it up and submit it and everything. I need to edit my form value, but oh wait, oh wow, this one actually did block it. That's cool. Title. Yeah, this is cool. I've never done this with links before. I mean, I know how to do forms with links, but I've never tried to hack something with links, which I probably wouldn't do. So is this one supposed to be locked down too? Wait. It is, right? It is. It's locked down. Interesting. Very interesting. So watch though. You can do a submit and you get your thing, but there was no data. So text field, email, inactive. Wait. Press return to activate. Okay, email. The point I'm making is that forms work without JavaScript. Okay. But there's no reason that they couldn't have forced you to use styles for all of these things, like deactivated and stuff, although they technically are semantic attributes of the thing. I don't know. They're right in that middle line between semantic and non-stylistic, right? Like they have meaning. Read only has some meaning beyond, how it appears stylistically. But for security, they're the same. So part of me wishes the whole thing was just styles. You know what I mean? Then you wouldn't have to mess with all these attributes. You could actually just change the style of it, and then no web developer would accidentally assume that they're safe by setting disabled, when instead I can just inspect element on the thing and change it right here. Wait, there you go. We will just delete you, and now I am fully enabled, and I'll submit it, and as you can see, I can do whatever. Once again, every time I use one of these, I'm going to show you that, because wait, why didn't it go back? Wrong one. I did Control, not Alt. Okay. So, quit. VI. All right. So, moral of the story, once again, don't depend on form constraints for anything except for helping the user to know what to do. Disable read only. It can be applied to an entire field set. I didn't know you could do that. That's pretty cool. So you could turn off an entire section of the form if they don't need it. Super cool. Specialized text entry fields. Password entry field. Ooh, this is the one that you can hack all the time. People do. This is the. We already did this one, right? We did this one the other day, so I don't need to do it again. Let's do another one. Let's do password, right? Name equals my pass. We don't have a value for this. And wait, there we go. So I mean, this one goes without saying. You can't see my password. This is the one where you can own anyone, anywhere. So go, okay, this is why, particularly if you're on a computer that's ever being used by anybody else, you turn off save form data. Why? Because if the next person comes down, they sit down to your computer, or I tell you what, you go to the library, you go to any computer that's publicly, any public library, you go to the government, the DMV. I mean, you can't do that right now because of COVID and everything. But if you were around a public system that everybody uses, or you could say, hey, sister or brother or mom or dad, hey, can I borrow your computer really quick? And I say, yeah. And then you like browse around to their site and you see that they've saved this password data and they think they're safe because there's these dots and nobody can see what their password is. Then you just go over to the dots and you inspect element and you change it from password to text. And then you write down the password and say, thank you, give them back their computer, go over into another computer, log in as them from another machine, which they don't know that it's even possible because they thought their passwords are all safe because nobody could see them. No. Obfuscation like that is just to help it from being doxxed on a YouTube stream or for somebody looking over your shoulder or something like that. My legs are getting kind of cold. That's why I have to move around so much. It's getting colder. All right, so just this is the most common hack you'll see out there with form data is people will they'll think their passwords are cached or their stream keys are cached or something like that, and they can go get them. I'm speaking to I've already talked about that a lot, so most people in this chat are like, yeah, we know. But we're gonna keep going now. So password field, all right, so type equals password, this one, right? Max length. What is this for? Oh, that's the label. We haven't done labels yet. We're gonna do them now. Search, okay, so I didn't know there was a search field. Interesting. Okay, that's cool. I don't think we need to use it now. If you're on a phone, though, you might try this. You might try the telephone one. It's really cool. Yeah. If you use the telephone one and you click on it, it will automatically pull up the phone. Actually, no, I'm confusing that with a link. If you use a telephone number as an anchor, an A tag. If you use if you link to tel : whatever, it'll pull up the number. So anyway, so again, all of these are to just help you help your browser know what it's about and stuff, but they're not anything to really depend on. So here we go: search, email address, telephone. Oh yeah. See, so it's helping you out here. That's probably a reason to do it. Since most of your development is going to be on web browsers. Did you see? Let's go back to can I use again. I say it all the time, but what is the most used web browser in the world, according to this? What is the most used web browser in the world? Chrome for Android phones, Android devices. 37.52% of the world that uses the internet accesses the internet from Chrome 87 for Android. So you should develop for mobile Android before you develop for iPhone, which is only 14%. Yeah, but that's, make stuff that you assume is going to be viewed on a mobile phone. Please put an E instead of a blah. Okay, so everything is different. She's using Opera? Wow. Why was she? I thought she was a Firefox person. Guess not. Drop down suggestions. Okay, so now we're going to start using data lists. Here we go. So the values, here's her warning, I guess. The values from, I've spent how much time talking about this part? Checked by the server code, PHP, ASP.NET. My God, such old, bad technology. PHP is still out there a lot. Actually, I saw CM Griffin coding some PHP yesterday. Props to CM Griffin and his amazing, jacket he had. It was really cool. As they can be hacked or manipulated, so although they make controlling and validating user input easier, it is still vital to perform server-side checks before updating the database on the server. That's what we spent way more than a paragraph talking about. Oh, I'm having fun though. PHP is the Antichrist. I knew there was going to be a comment. I knew it. I felt it in my bones as soon as doesn't allow input. Lots of places require A for your phone number. Really? A dash for your phone number? Seriously, a D-flare? Well, don't use telephone then. There you go. Once again, community for the win. That's really great. Data list drop down menu item. The data list element allows authors to provide a drop down menu items. I didn't think this was called data list. I thought this was called option or select. Did they get rid of select? I'm showing my age here. Did they get rid of select? Did someone not tell me they got rid of select? Do you know what I'm talking about? I'm sort of embarrassed about this part because I would have used select. I have a feeling it's been deprecated. So I'm going to go check like a good doobie. That's select still exists. Well, then what's up with data lists? What's the difference? As of this writing, browser, okay. Let's go see if we can use data list first of all. Can I has data list. Can I has, you know, they wanted to write can I has and they put use instead because it was more enterprisey. They meant can I has. Oh boy. A lot less support there. Ooh, even in Firefox. Oh, my bum. I really want that Hermit. That happened. I don't know why that happened, but that happened. I know why that happened. Okay, I think we're back. I think we're back in business. Did I break anything? Did anybody die? You know this is live. Wait, okay, there we go. You know what happened is my you really want to know? You don't want to know. I have a weight. I'll show you. So I'm going to cut this out anyway. So can you see it? So I have a weight on the end of my mic so that the boom arm could come out here. I don't have one of the desk mounted ones because frankly I don't like them. But anyway. And so yeah. That's happening. I need to make sure everything's okay still. Check. All right. I am not Professor Messer. Professor Messer, props, dude. I mean, he's got such a pro things that I'm like your random dude out there. Mike is working out during the stream. Yeah, I know. I need a sandbag, Elsie. You know what? In this case, I didn't need a sandbag. You know what happened? Because I have a sandbag. I've got 5 yoga sandbags. This one, what happened is that true story is so the weight pulled the mic stand down so that it. Over time, the center pole pushed the legs up. So it was actually resting on the center thing in the middle. And I had to like undo that because then my three legs weren't there to hold it up. So if you care to know. So select is a thing. What do we have? Okay. So data list is apparently not supported very much. It's not even in Opera Mobile at all, which is really weird. So why would you use it? Why would you use select data list instead of, why would she even mention it? So the data list element is the author drop-down menu of suggested values. I'm still not getting why you don't use select instead. So I'm actually going to do it and see, because it's always best to do that. So we're going to do as select. You guys don't know what I'm talking about, so let's do that. So let's try, make a P here, P tag, paragraph. And let's do this 2 ways. Let's do the first way with the way that I remember. Select We'll do name equals selected. Table DL. I don't know. We're gonna find out. I do not know. So this is what I know. I'm doing this from like memory. All right, so wait, where's our refresh? I did it wrong. I know. What am I missing? I'm gonna have to look it up. I have to look up every time. Oh, value. No, option. ID. Did I not do value? I did value. Wait, I still think I have to have something there. Yes, I do. I want to say they got rid of select. I mean, if we change it to data set, let data. I want to make sure my syntax is right. All right, whoops. Come on, where are you? We're getting too much stuff here, guys. I'm gonna have to reduce the. Well, I can turn this off. We don't need as much of this. It's not gonna help, but. Wait, now it's completely gone. What the heck? I think I have a syntax error. I do. I have a syntax error, and I don't know what it is. Option value has. I'm not putting quotes. I refuse. ID equals. Got that. Does it have to have an ID? No, it doesn't have to have an ID. That would be silly. Did I save it? Yeah. Do. Where the frick? Try name and ID. You might have something there. I mean, it sees all the options. Oh, there's no text in it. I think this is wrong. I do. I think this book has a bug. I do. I think this book has a bug in it, people. Data list. Because I remember options having to have something in them. I don't think so, but let's try it just to be fine. You might have something random, but if that's true, then I'm going to be mad because you're not supposed to have those. I found it. Did you see that? I'm a very bad person. I'm going to go back. I'm going to give my stinking quotes. I don't need no stinking quotes here. Oh, you're going to see it. It was right here. See this right here? Oh, you didn't see it? You make me. Thank you for that. No, well, yeah. So let's start out with the one I started with before I had this stupid freaking quote error. I had a double quote there. Yes, I know. Yeah, I know. TNT saw it because you guys are smart. And so you guys caught it. I didn't see it. There we go. So this is it, even though. See, no. Okay, I am going to suggest that data list does not. I think I know what's going on here now. Watch, it's going to show them this time. Yep, I think I know the difference now. I feel better. I feel better about myself if this is working, which it is not. Come on, work, damn it. Hey, look, you can redo this thing with the text area too. Right? This, I think there's a bug. I still think there's a bug. I did on purpose. All right, what do I select? I think the reason this isn't working is because option is a two tagged element. Yeah, that's what I think. You guys see? There, it works, right? But the reason, okay. No, I know. I got that part. Okay. But this is, yeah, right. Og, you got that. Right. So, but that's why the book is wrong. Unless data list is different. And that's what I'm trying to make the point. I think data list doesn't force you to do this really annoying thing where you have to write the actual value that the user sees. So this is the value that the user sees, and very frequently it will be exactly the same as the value in here, but not always, right? So you can actually do this. You can do this. You can say equals 1. Equals 1. I wonder if I can do type equals number. I don't think I can. 3. Get my point. So this is how option lists, select lists work, and these are ancient. These go back to the 90s. So, and apparently they're still supported according to somebody who reported that. So that's all good. So reload there. That's what I would expect, right? But this little section in the book says you don't have to do that. But I'm starting to doubt that. Because watch, let's do exactly the same thing the way she has it in the book. I think it might be a bug. I do. I'm not saying it is. I have made plenty of mistakes. So copy and paste your code. Yeah, I did. It's like literally the same code. So look, let's do same exact code, but let's do a data list. I think this is the second. We found 2 actual factual errors in the book so far, like that were like just dead wrong. And I think this might be one of those. I have a feeling this is going to work. And if this works, then the book is wrong. It doesn't work. So there's another possibility here, and it could be that the book that this does not support it could be that this browser does not support data list at all. You know what I'm saying? Because it didn't render it if it is there. The start tag is mandatory. Right, we're not doing those though. You're not gonna, that's the select tag, Vera. So we've established that the select tag works as expected. We haven't covered it yet, but op grouped and all that stuff, we will cover all that. But this side thing about data list just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Right, that's the option element. But option gets used, apparently option can be used for multiple things, and in this case it's using for data. This is the reason. All the stuff you're reporting to me is stuff, remove the 1, 2, 3, right? You want to try that? Yeah, right. The book has it like this. Let's do it exactly like the book says. So 1, I mean, we just got different values here, but God damn it. 3. All right, so I mean, that is exactly what the book says. Partial support according to can I use? Really? Well, there you go. So why nobody should use it. Don't use it. Oh my God. Don't use it. Banish it from your vocabulary. Never ever use it. Use a select list as God intended. I don't even know why she brings it up in the book. No, just no. Don't use that. Just forget that whole thing even exists. Don't forget you never even read that. Use it. Use select. And I'm sure she's going to cover it, but we're going to cover it right now. Doesn't data list require an ID attribute? It doesn't matter. No, they don't. People say that, but I don't think so. Let's try that. A data. I mean, maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I use Mozilla because he is using Firefox. Same thing. Haha. Why does it drop up instead of dropping down? That's because it's a select list, I'm pretty sure, and it doesn't have room on the page. I think that's the reason. Yeah, I think that's, honestly, I think that's because, you know what? That's a good question, D-Flare. Good eyes. Good eyes. Let's put something, I don't know, let's put this up higher, shall we? Yeah, I want to see that also. So let's put that as the first thing. I think it's a spacing issue with the browser. Yeah, that's what it does. Yeah, that's what it was. So it is a drop down. It was down close to the bottom of the page, so it made itself go up instead. So that seems to be working. That's fine. That's good. That's how you should do it. So forget you ever read this whole section about data list, which continues to not work. You know, I've got to do this in Chrome now. You know I do, right? You know I do. Watch Chrome support it. And data list needs a what? Does it? Are you sure? All right, well, let's learn about this. Oh, I see. Thank you. Somebody finally set me straight. I'm so sorry. I don't know. I didn't know data lists. I've never used it before. I see what you're saying, Harry. You got it right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That I would have never got that. So you have to have an input type text, and then it like associates a list for it. That is easier than option. So let's do that. Okay, that makes sense. I'm with you. So you can't have a data list unless you have. Well, the reason you have to have an list equals edu level is because you have to have an ID, and that's what Vera was saying. Gotcha. Well, now you guys all know more than I do. So text equals cardinal. How about that? And we'll say data. This must have been added when they added the data element. I bet you anything. I bet you that's what it is. Yeah, it sounds like one of the many things that they added to make data entry a little bit easier. Yeah, it does. This reduces the code a lot. Yeah, I agree. I hated the option. I was going to complain about this. I used to always hate this because, you know, you would have like a different value. I was like, I just really want, so many times you would be doing something like this, right? You know, and you're like, I don't want to. So this one I did is not particularly common. Q macro is down as Q macro. So yeah, so here we go. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. All right, thank you for sticking with me through this ranty. The book is right, and I was wrong. There you go. Oh, look at that. All right, so if I type 3, I get 2 or 3. Can I tab complete? Why can't I tab complete? Why would you have that and not have tab completion? Just from the office, I hear Rob's voice coming from my office. Oh no, that's scary. Q, thank you for timing. I need to go for a run too. I'm gonna go for a run as soon as it gets light out. I'm gonna go run again. I gotta get this COVID belly off of me, off of my body. So today I learned about data lists. That's a good question. I really doubt that it's supported in links. I don't want to look because that's gonna make me sad. I'm gonna be disappointed. I can already tell you. Localhost. Oh, come on, links. Don't fail me now. Wrong page. Apparently, marquee doesn't work in links. Who knew? Okay, so the select works just fine. Man, is that awesome. Buying a treadmill. Oh, that is the greatest idea. You know what? I got to save my pennies and get me a treadmill because I can like stream and be on the treadmill. I'll do it. You know I will. I'll get on the treadmill and I'll just do just chatting and we'll just get on there and just shoot the breeze about whatever, right? I will do it because I want to stay healthy. Data list tag is used to provide an autocomplete, but it didn't autocomplete. Let's see. An autocomplete feature for the input elements. Usually we'll see a drop down. Well, yeah. So, but why doesn't it? The thing I don't understand is why. Well, data list is not supported by links. The end. So I'm never using it ever. But if you want to use it, that's fine. It seems like an extra convenience is unnecessary. It saves you a few lines. Thing JavaScript completion data list looks like a fuzzy search. As you're typing, yeah, I know, but I want tab completion. I mean, come on. This is just begging for tab completion. It really is. I think it actually might be there, and I don't know it. I'm doing research here. This is how I learn. So I'm gonna go do research here. I have a feeling there's a complete that you can still do. I just don't know where it is. Option, off group, all that. That's what I was talking about. Meter. We're gonna do all that. The legend. Where is it? Where is it? Disabled. There it is. Autocomplete. Autocomplete. There it is. Yeah, I know you would use data list, and then you would make it so I couldn't use your web page, but that's okay. I wouldn't care because I don't. Let me be real. I don't do forms from links. Seriously, I don't. If I'm going to do that, this is what I do. If I run into a form, nobody wants to fill a form out on links. I mean, come on, it's just not the way they do it. So if I have a form like this, I push comma, and I have my page, and I fill my form out. It takes me 2 more seconds. It's not that bad. You know, it's not bad at all. I never do forms from links, even though I think it's cool that it supports them for blind people and stuff. So I guess I'm with you on that. I do want to see what, I really want to see what autocomplete gets me. I am hopeful. I just don't know if it's going to go here. This is not covered in the book as far as I know. So, how do I go over to the next tab without moving to the mouse? Lots of stuff to figure out. All right. It keeps it. My Vimium is like taking over or something. Damn. So that doesn't work. Let's try another thing. All right, let's try that. Reload. T. So autocomplete does not work. At least it doesn't work the way I'm using it. Let me go right. Processing model. Oh my gosh. This is not at all. It's not tab completion. This is not tab completion. Control page up. Thank you, sir. That's only slightly farther away to go. I know. Vera says the same thing as soon as I realize it. Fine. We're going to make it through this. I'll have an hour left, but half hour left. What time is it? 3:30. Oops. I only have 30 minutes. I got to finish all the forum stuff. I'll just scramble through it. You guys know forums. Forums are a thing. The end. Go research it. So I learned something today. I learned data list is a faster way to provide possible values. I kind of like that. I guess if I were going to do like previous search results or something, that might make sense to do that. So, and it's supported in Firefox, which I was being dumb. I didn't know how to use it, and now I do. So there you go. Good job, Jen. Submit. A few more buttons. Type equals image. This is the weirdest of all. You can make images into submission buttons. Yeah. And you just do type equals image, it'll work. Instead of submit. Uh, yeah. She's going to cover a lot of these. And I think the moral of the story on these particular sections is for you to just go try it and make forms. Most of the stuff I've never used because I don't make complicated forms ever. But if you are in the business of making forms, that would be how you do it. And you can support all of these form inputs from Netlify. It'll store them in a sort of a CSV you can download for free. So go for them, use them. We have submit and reset. So we already talked about that. Reset goes without saying. I'll show you one anyway. I probably need one because I need to reset. Reset's been around forever. Seriously, it's been around forever. So autocomplete has to be set to on. You're kidding me? Are you kidding me? It's not just true. Okay. Well, let's try it. All right, we'll try two things at once. Vera's like following up with us. Do I have my reset? Yep. Boom. Reset. Reset. And you can change the values there and everything. Still no tab. Oh well. I probably have it wrong, but that's fine. I don't think we're gonna get tab completion. I just don't. I don't think that's a thing. If someone figures out that is a thing, let me know because I would love to add that. Reset is a thing. Submit is a thing. Start over. You can put whatever you want there. The button element. Now this is the thing. People use button elements all the time with typical submit, and I don't know if I like that. The button element is a flexible element for creating custom buttons. You can do anything with it, but you have to enable it with JavaScript. Similar to illustrated with the input, the content of the button element, text or images, is what gets displayed on the button. For more information, blah, blah, blah. I don't know when to use the button element. I would trust Chris. Chris is a really good writer about that. I would go read his thing. I am not a fan of the button element because Linux doesn't support it. Generally speaking, the button element has to be supported for JavaScript, but maybe it's also usable for typical submit. So, I personally would stick with typical submit, typical reset, typical image. I would never use the button, but there might be legitimate reasons to do that. Autocomplete on. Yeah. And a tab to have it fill out the rest of the text. That's all, yeah. Yeah. Method autocomplete equals on. Nice. Thanks, Elsie. So here's our exercise. So we're actually coming to the end of everything here. You can go ahead and make your own form and have fun with it. We did not use, I don't remember her ever talking about radio buttons and checkboxes. Those are really important. And did we skip over them? Those are really important to cover. I would have covered them right off the bat because they're relatively easy to cover. I bet she probably did. I just missed it. Do you see it? The text area. She just covered text entry fields. No, she didn't cover it. Okay, I'm covering it. She just has text entry field data. She doesn't cover any of the other widgets. So she kind of punted on that stuff and said, go learn it like I've known to do. But I think those are much more important to learn than telephone or something. Yeah, I don't understand why that's not covered. Maybe I'm missing. You know what? This is an exercise. I bet it's down below. I'm gonna give her benefit of the doubt. I bet it comes right after this because this is just all text entry stuff except for this. And she has all these buttons, and you haven't learned how to do them yet. Oh, look at there's her response form. Yeah. Wait. How does she set wait. I gotta read this. Oh, look at that. First thing we'll do. There is no Black Goose Bistro. Does this actually exist? Does this website actually exist? The hardest part I don't understand about this book so far is how anybody's going to test any of this stuff. She hasn't given anybody a way to actually test it, which is why I taught you how to make a server. So I'm not understanding that logic path. Oh, this actually is a site, and you could probably go to pizza. Not found, and we could probably action underscore page.php get autocomplete on, right? Well, I'll see. That's just you telling me what I forgot. Submit, bring me a pizza. So there is a pizza site, a method equals post. So actually, let's do this. If this is true, that URL works. Yeah, me too. So I think what she did is she created a way to process your form using the action tag. So we're going to take advantage of that. And we're going to use the full URL to the processor. This kind of reminds me of when I started. I made a mail form processor, fb.pl, back in the day in 1994. And I let everybody on the internet send their forms to my processor, and I would send mail directly to their account. And it was all in the open and in the clear and everything, but there was no way to do that on the internet. So that was that's how I got one of my starts. I got my job at Teleport. So I have a feeling that we can submit this stuff, and we don't have any of the fields that she requires us to have. So this ought to be interesting. But we're going to submit our form to her remote website, her actual website. This is going to be interesting. I hope she doesn't get mad at me. She'll be like, who's accessing me? Because she can, every time we click on this, it'll show where the hits are coming from. So I did it. Well, I take back a lot of things I said, but still, I'm glad we made a server. This means that you can make her project. But who wants to do that? I mean, I get why she had to do this. This is the best possible thing you could do, given the fact that who wants to teach a web design class how to make a server? Right? I think they should be able to download a server and do their own thing. But so try again. Pizza.html. So here's her finished version of it. But again, she didn't cover these things at all. She didn't cover field groups or anything. So did I miss something? Please tell me I missed something. Come on, Jen. I mean, she's done great things so far, so I'm not slamming her. I just don't know why. Localhost 8080. Marky. Vera, we did it for fun. Bum, 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 bum. All right, now what? Now I'm going to go back to my contact form. I was just having fun. Don't judge me, Vera. Stop judging me. So apparently you can still submit your action to Black Goose Pizza if you want, but now you have a thing you can test your forms with it. Okay, I'm just going to say it. After you finish this exercise in the book, then what? What are you going to do? You got to have your own server. You don't know where to go. You don't know where to host your server. I showed you how to do Netlify. I showed you how to then import. I know, I showed you how to make your own 34-line server. Irresponsible is too strong of a word, but I feel like if you're going to teach how to make forms, you have to teach how to use forms in the wild. And right now you're just teaching how to make one pizza form. So I'm glad that we're doing it this way. I love so many things about the book and her approach, but that one kind of triggers me because what are you going to do? Besides, you can't even, the whole point of doing this is having fun making your own thing. You don't want to make some stupid Goose Bistro site. You want to make your site. Am I right? Right? You don't want to be forced into it. You could do sudo apt install nginx. Yeah, Vera. No, beginners don't know that. They just want to download the command and have it work. They barely can start something from the command line. So give me a break. Not everybody's you. So, there we go. So we're still in the background. It was easier than import HTTP. Oh, right. Well, I don't know. But then you have to configure it. Actually, the Docker version might even be better, but then you have to install Docker. By the way, thank you, Vera, for that Docker. I just had to change some values in that Docker image and start it up, and now I'm dual streaming. So it was the simplest thing ever. I can't wait to make a video about that to help other people dual stream and get off Twitch or get off Restream or whatever. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go back to the book. It appears that she's not planning on covering. Oh, there they are. Never mind. Take it all back. So I take it all back. Here come radio buttons. So we have a lot more to do, and we only have a few minutes. So I knew it was coming. That would have been really on your IRCD. Yeah. Anyway, so we're going to do the rest of them. We're going to do checkboxes, radio buttons. Those are fun. It does appear that she covers them. That she just gave us an exercise in the middle. What threw me for a loop is she has this, this stuff with the checkboxes here, but she doesn't talk about checkboxes. So that threw me. All right. So, but it is coming. It does show you how to submit the form to her, but you're not going to use that. You're just going to submit it to us. You could maybe put some text in front of your inputs if you want to, but we're going to get around that with labels pretty soon. So I wouldn't even bother. And radio check. Let's do radio button to checkboxes. These are both the same, and so both of these use the same things. You generally have a list of some kind to go with it. You don't have to. And you have the value. And this is another one of those things that gets kind of annoying, right? Because they all have the same name. So the thing to take away from this is that they have the same name. They all have to be the same type. And you shouldn't necessarily mix them up. So the only difference between them, everything else is the same except for the type. The type is radio button, the type is checkbox. So yeah. And well, let's add one really fast. This will go pretty quickly. So let's do a paragraph for these. And we'll put them in an unordered list, which is pretty standard. An unordered list. Usually an unordered list is best for this because you can use a list and then get rid of the HTML that shows that it's a list, if that makes sense. So actually, I mean, let's. I don't want to show you that right now. Let's just do, because this is what she's not showing you. Okay, see this looks nice and pretty, right? But it's not going to look like that. Why? Watch. So I'm just going to show you. So if you do unordered list, you're going to get bullets in front of it. Unless they've changed the styles, the default styles, which they might have done, then that I'll be surprised. If they are, I'll be happy and surprised. So then what you have here is you have, was it option? It's option, right? Input type radio. No, it's input type radio. I keep getting them messed up. I get this and select mixed up all the time. So input type equals radio, value equals 1. And put your quotes if you want. I don't want to because I'm in a hurry. Has to have the same name though. So we'll say, we'll call it shell. How about that? Name equals shell, value equals bash. Well, actually, let's use checkboxes instead of radio buttons because you might use more than one shell, right? Bash, Z shell, C shell, C shell by the seashore. And then we have to have the actual value. Z shell, C shell, TC shell. Anybody remember that? That's the thing, I promise. I cannot capitalize those. It's making me crazy. The bash page actually asks to be uncapitalized when you use it. It literally asks for that when you use it as a name. Seashell, Z-shell, fish. What else we got? I mean, I'm kind of geeking out on this. Anyway. Where's the form to reload? Here we go. There. Now, see what I told you? See these things here? Wait, are we dark moding still? No, that's weird. So, I don't know why it's that ugly, but I told you these things were going to show up, right? I told you that. And so, the book is misleading because it makes you think you're going to get this nice pretty thing here when you won't, without adding more CSS, and she hasn't talked about CSS at all yet. So I'm going to tell you how to do that. You need to change the type. We're going to test it first here. Inspect element. We haven't learned CSS yet, again, which I think is a failure in the order of teaching this stuff. I think we need to teach at least the minimal CSS up front because you can't escape it. You got to know what to do some of this stuff. So what is this? All right, so this unordered list, we're going to add an element onto it, some CSS. And what shall we add? Let's add, let's not add declaration. I think it's list decorator, right? List style. List style image. None, I think is what it is. Nope, that's not it. So this is what there's so many of them. I'm going to have to look them up. There we go. List style equals none. So none image. Oh, type. Type is the one you can change it to disk or whatever. Yeah, I think this has a value of like. Yeah, I can't remember. One of them is disk. I want to use the. I don't want to. I mean, none does it. I mean, you can turn style to none. Oh, here we go. Here we go. List style. Decimal, which is cool. I mean, this is you turned your unordered list into an ordered list, right? It's like you just completely blew it away. But we're just going to put none here. And whoops, none. And that'll give us what you just got in the book. So now you how to do that. Now, in order to actually do that, I have to add that to these two here. So let's give it a name. So let's say the ID is, actually no, this gives us a class. So we'll call this checkboxes. Checkboxes. So if we have checkboxes, then they should not be ordered. So we're going to change our styles here. Style. And we can say class checkboxes. You have to have a dot. Checkboxes. And then what? We can give it a list type none. And now we know it works because we already tested it. You reload this and it fails. What did I do wrong? Style. I'm a dummy. Yeah. Thanks, Stride. Let's do specifically type. I thank you for that. List style type. There we go. So, because I like that better because that's like right zooming in on it, right? We don't. You can do list style none and the same thing, but that is more precise. So, anyway, then you can actually make one of these checked by default, which we will do with Bash, of course. Of course, we will do that because why? Because Bash is a default on Linux. Get over it. It's the truth. To be fair, Z shell is the default on BSD. So, but this is about Linux, so my site is about Linux. And I need to clear my values here. I know, let's do a reset. There, see that? So by default, bash is on. You have to turn it off if you don't want it. How about that? Now let's say you had to pick one of these, and you can't have one. You can't have more than one. Well, we take the exact same thing, right? Kind of being slow here, but whatever. And change it to what do I want to say? Checkboxes. No, wait. The radio buttons, right? Radio buttons. Change checkbox to radio button. Change it to, wait. Checkbox to radio. Yeah. I think it's, is it selected? No. And reload. There you go. Same thing. So this one, you picks one or the other. We can add that to our style and fix that. As we can say, checkboxes or dot radio buttons. Reload. That should get rid of those. Isn't it the default? I didn't know that. Though they have to. Well, they can't have GNU GPL3 on there, right? BSD's. So, yeah. What's the default on Manjaro? Yeah, well, Z shell is the default on Manjaro. It's still the default on whatever. We're not going to bash on Z shell right now. I'm not going to. Anyway, I'll do that another day. Another day, because I want to get done with forms, and we are very close. So radio buttons, you guys know how to do this. You do checked equals checked. You don't have to do checked equals checked if you don't want to. This is a lie. This is a lie. You know, I'm going to prove it to you. That's a lie. Last time we did Boolean attributes, this was the same problem we had before. And we talked about it for 30 minutes. Remember? It was like a long time ago, because that is a lie. If you go look at it, it says if you have checked by itself, it's an alias for checked equals blank space, because any non-valued Boolean attribute is automatically equal to blank. And that is true, which screwed up our JavaScript, which is incorrect and misleading. And we did a full hour on it, like I think it was our second video in the series. So if you want to go look at the first time we used attributes in the series, we went down a rabbit hole about Boolean attributes. So I'm telling you factually, this is a lie. Checked does not stand for the rather redundant. It stands for checked equals colon colon. And I'm going to confirm that in Chrome just to prove it. So localhost colon 8080. And we'll go to, okay, here's my custom thing again. This one has a border though, because Chrome contact. So here we go. Our elements look a lot better. They're stylized. Wait, this must have dark mode on. Let me turn dark mode off. Localhost 8080 was around. Yeah, there we go. Hey, it looks a lot better in Chrome actually. I like it. It's like nice and snappy. We're gonna inspect element here, and we'll see the same thing. That the one that's been checked says check. Oh, that's interesting. Look at that. It doesn't even tell you what it's doing under the hood. Firefox does. Type equals checkbox. That's probably why. I have a feeling she's been using a web browser that doesn't show her what's actually happening under the hood, and she didn't look at the specification. So she just went with her gut on that one, which is wrong. I might have done the same thing, so I'm not. She's not a bad person. It's just wrong. Okay. Let's see. The radio buttons are somewhat skeuomorphic these days. They really are. Do you guys even know what skeuomorphic? Should I tell them what skeuomorphic is? That's a really great tangent if we're close to the end. Remind me to come back to skeuomorphic versus flat. Maybe you can find us the URL while you're waiting, since that's fun. Go find us the old presentation, skeuomorphic versus flat. It was one of the top 10 best sites ever made for HTML5. It is really great. Yeah, it has like the champions of flat winning the day. It was like circa 2007 or something. Yeah, it's really cool website. No, I think it might have been 2013 actually. We can find it. It's definitely in the archive, web archive. If we have to find it that way, we can. So, because nobody knows what skeuomorphic means. We need to help them understand. We'll do that a fun way after I finish this part. Checkboxes, typical checkbox. We already did that. No reason to do it again. Name opt-in, value equals yes, so you can set the default values, etc. Adding radio buttons to checkboxes, we already did this. This is the exercise, which we did. Menus, how much more we got in here? I don't know. I should probably go look. We're on menus. Oh, we're so close. We're going to make it embeddable media. I tell you what, let's finish chapter 9. We're almost done. All right, so option and select we already did. We already did option and select, right? So we're past that one. The only difference is you need to know opt group. So we didn't do that. So let's do opt group. If somebody mentioned it, but if you have and you want to have a lot of options, let's say we want these 3 options again, but we want to have them be like letters or like Roman numerals or something. I don't know. You know that you can use, you know what I mean? You guys know that you can use something else. You don't have to use my non-quote things. So left, right, tunable, vertical bar. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's do a select group. Or is it an opt group, I think? Yeah. Opt group. This just puts a line in there. That's all. So I think that's it. Let's go take a look. And reload. All right, so there we go. So if you, oh, that's a subgroup, sorry. So all of these are putting themselves as subgroups of 3. Actually, let's do Roman and then I know. Let's do this. Let's make this one Roman. I forgot about these. This is a good review for me too. So, okay, opt group. Can we do name equals Roman? Let's do another one. Do another one up here. Do you guys know what those are? I'll say, yeah, I'll reload this. 1, 2, 3, and Roman. So we need to give him a name though. I think you can just do name, but I don't remember. I don't remember the specs on opt group, so we got to go look it up. Drop down. Okay, so here's another thing about this. You don't need the value. I forgot about that. So if you want the value, you can have it, but you don't need it. So I got that wrong earlier. This is a good reminder. If the value is the same, it's redundant. You can just keep it the same and it'll make the value the option. I totally forgot about that. So yeah, there we go. This is good to go through. 3 or 4. So hit 2 and let's do submit. And we get a 2, selected 2. Great. What else we got? So 1, 2, 3. Plain IRC for chat. Yep, that's what we do. Just IRC. That's it. Nothing else. IRC for the win. Nobody can mess with us. Nobody can take our stuff away. No one can decide that I can or can't post URLs. No one can spam emojis. They can spam worse things, but not emojis. So I'm very happy with this decision. Some people might not be, but I don't care. Opt group. I really want to look up opt group, so we're going to look down inside of this. Scrolling menus. Simply specify the number of lines. Oh, that's right. I forgot about this. Right. So size. I forgot all about this. So we could do size equals 3. I forgot about this. This is a good review for me. Refresh. I mean, you can never remember it all, so don't tell me you can't. There is a reason to do this, by the way. So because if you hold, people don't know this, but if you hold, was it option down, you can select more than one thing usually. But I don't think it's activated right now. I think you have to activate that. Yep, I'm almost positive you have to activate that. So this is good. So you have selected multiple. Yeah, you have to turn multiple on to do that. So if you want to allow them to pick lots of things, you have to put multiple in there. Yep, great review. I don't do forums very much, but pathetic claim to fame. I used to get the bus to school with the Smith guitars. Oh, you got to be kidding me! Really? Wow. Yeah, I was gonna say she's probably hot. I mean, no disrespect. So let's see here. Can I do multiple? So I'll hold option down. Nope. What is it? Which one do I hold down? Shift? Dang it. Oh, I have to reload. I think it's option. No, is it control? There, it's control. All right, so if you hold control down, nobody knows to do this though, by the way. You usually almost have to put a thing, hold control down to enter multiple values. People don't know to do that. So if you put multiple chat in there, the WeChat color is completely random. At some point I might allow people to set their own color. I have to configure it on my end. Yeah, I have to configure it on my end. You can't control. Yeah, but eventually you guys will have the ability to do all that stuff. It is completely random. So yeah, watch. If I do, you guys want to see all the names? So here's the names right now. So here's all the nicks in the set. This is the color that my WeChat has decided that you get. So I can put an infinite number of colors in there and it'll pick randomly, but in order to make a specific color for a specific person, I have to add some WeChat configuration to my personal WeChat client. So right now it's just randomizing through them. Yep. So I'm clear that. And let's see. I like to live dangerously. You got a good one. I like the gold one. I cheated. I made mine gold because I like gold. I need to try the theme of WeChat anyway. Yeah. Oh, your WeChat? Yeah. Well, of course, I'm running Tmux, right, for everything. And this pane down below, just in case you wonder, I know we're off topic, but the pane below is logged into my remote server, so I'm not doxing IPs or anything. And that's, I don't care about doxing my IP, but that's what's going on there. And so this is all Groovebox default colors. So I'm going to do a full video on IRC, like for noob to hero in IRC, and everything I think you need to be doing in between. I am not going to cover bouncers because I don't think you need them. Truth be told, I don't think you need a bouncer. Vera's going to yell at me right now, but this is off topic. So let's stay on topic. You can't just say that and run away. I can already hear them saying that, even though I'm running away. So you can have multiple things selected if you want to pre-select 80s bands or something. So that's pretty cool. The group menu. Oh, there it is. Label. So we're going to getting into labels now. Labels, we really need to have labels. So that's what I wanted to do. So label equals cardinal. I don't know. I guess we could say, it's not really Latin, is it? Cardinal, I could say over here, I could say label equals Roman. Well, it's going to show up, so we might as well initial cap it. Yeah, reload. Reload. There we go. So cardinal is really tiny, isn't it? I wonder if I can make it bigger. Probably can. Yeah, let's do that. Let's make it bigger than that. Let's make it, I know, let's make it like 40. How about that? Too big. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. There we go. So I don't think you can pick cardinal. Nope. So I'll have 1 Roman and 2 cardinals. Barry, thank you very much. And submit. There we go. 1, 2, and 3. I am so glad that we made that web server so you guys can practice submitting values. What is label for? We haven't covered labels yet, but labels are the thing that are providing this right here, Roman and cardinal. But she hasn't covered it yet, but labels are for everything. We're going to use labels on all of our fields in order to put something that shows what they are, and to give a blind person, a hint at to what's there. That's the accessible way to do that. And I imagine she's going to cover that pretty soon. So here we go. Label equals fancy. We got all that off groups. So we had done options earlier, and now we have really good ones. Add a menu to pizza. Make sure you get that right, or get sued, and you'll lose and pay millions of dollars like Pizza Hut did. Type equals file. Oh, this is crazy. This is insane that you can do this. I actually did this on, what did I do? I actually did, I made it, I wonder what it's going to submit. This is going to be really interesting. I made a Yu-Gi-Oh clone in PHP when I was learning PHP way back when. I don't like PHP anymore, and I let them upload their own. Take care, Key Macro. I let them take their own avatar pictures or whatever for the cards and submit them as images. So this is actually a really important form element to know. You've seen it. I know you've seen it. You've probably seen it. Like if you want to, I don't know, crop a GIF or something. And there's lots of ways of uploading it, and some of them are cleaner than others. But this is the simplest way. And if you do this, you'll get a form element, and it says no browse file selector, right? So I can go to recent. I can go find a screenshot. Oh, hey, you guys will like this one. You got to see this. This is really funny. You got any Python programmers out there? So there's my screenshot, right? Submit. All right. So what you didn't see happen is that it actually sends up that picture to the server, and you have to decide what you want to do with it, and you can write it someplace. That is something I'd have to add to my little server code that we have, but it's not. But it actually was submitted, and in fact, I think we can show that here. Let's look at the network. I wonder if it will show that the thing went up. Let's try again. Resend. All. Ink type as well in order for it to be submitted. Oh, you do? Sorry, Stride. Did I miss ink type? Do we want to do ZZip or something? Oh, right. I forgot that. Oh, it has to be multi-part. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I forgot about that. I totally forgot about that. Good. Thank you for the reminder. So remember I told you about the header and the body getting sent up, right? Well, if you're going to send more than just the form results, and you want to have like a picture and then another picture and then another file or something, you have to do multi-part. And under the hood, what it does is one of the headers at the top tells you, indicates, you will never know this, but it indicates what the separator is. And it puts a separator at intervals in the body of the data that gets sent up that separates out the different parts of the form data, and then different things can be done with the different pieces of the form. And I forgot that you had to set that, so thank you for the reminder. Then we have to actually change that in the action over here. Inc multipart form data. Thanks for the reminder. Inc type multipart. Wait, multi. I'm always gonna have to look that up. Form data. All right, so I don't know if that's gonna. I'd be curious. I don't know how our server is gonna react to that. It's gonna be interesting to see. So, submit query. Oh, interesting. It defaults to URL encoding, right? And that is why I'm not going to be able to see it, because my server is not set up to do that. It's going to have to break apart the different form data elements. But that's cool. We should probably fix our server to do that at some point. If you want to play with that. I think that's pretty advanced. I don't know if I want to cover that. I mean, if you want to know that's there, you can do that. And we'll stick with URL encoding. So yeah. I mean, it's worth knowing about because it is useful. It's a great way to submit documents and files and stuff like that to your whatever you're making. It does require a little bit more work on the server side, so I'm pretty sure we could add that very easily to the server. I just don't want to do it right now because I'm running out of time. Yeah, I know we're over 4 a.m. That's what I'm saying, because we gotta. I wanna go over this. We have the photo, and I think we're very close. Hidden controls I already told you about. We did that. Date and time, I already did that. Calendar, we did that. Date and time, we already did that. Date, time, local. So this is cool. So you just need to change what kind of format you want for the date and time. You can decide however you want that to look. You can look that up. That's not a problem. It's just variation on date and time, which I already showed you. You can do different week things like this. These are all stuff you just have to try up and look. Numerical inputs. We already did number, so just type equals number, and we did step and min max. We did all of that. We just didn't go through the book the right way. Range we haven't done, so let's do range. Range is cool. So input type equals range. We're very close to being done though. Range, let's do, I think 0 to 10 is the default, right? Because it's like I want to say that's the default if I remember right. Reload. Yeah, there's a range. And let's submit and see what the value is, shall we? Oh, I didn't give a name. Dummy. ID equal, wait. Name equals my file. Name equal, range. Cannot type. I need to just eat and sleep. I do. All right. Nope. Reload. Submit. Where's my range? 68%. 68%. Okay, so the range is cool and fastly done. Aren't you glad we made a server so we can see what our values actually are? Fun, huh? All right, so step. We did that. I did step. You can set different steps, by the way. For calculated step values. We're not going to mess with that. Color selector. I mean, it's a color selector. Just put a color selector in there. I don't need to tell you about that. This wraps up form control roundup. Learn how to insert form controls and add more. Postgres indicates the state of the ongoing process. This is interesting, but you would never use this without JavaScript. Okay, because you need to change the value as you're ongoing. So we're not going to do any of these. Just know they exist. This is more of a when we get to JavaScript, we might come back to these particular elements, but they're useless without JavaScript, because you need to change the value so that it changes how it's being displayed on the screen. Same for all that, the other stuff. So lots of form values there. We haven't done labels. Gosh, dang it. So I think labels is the only thing we need to add, and I think we're done with the whole set. Oh, we forgot fidgets and field sets and legend. Gosh, dang it. No, we're gonna have to split it up. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to split it up because we have. Oh yeah, we have field sets. Okay, we have at least another hour. It looks like so. So we'll stick with that and call it a night. So unless there's anybody else who has any other questions, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up because I'm kind of over time. Flat versus whatever. Yeah, we can save that for next time if you want. Go look it up. Flat versus skeuomorphic. A little work. Yeah. Thank you for joining me. And hopefully we can data list style type. Today I learned skeuomorphic data list and list style type. Forms are a thing. Be careful with those forms though. I know, go out and own people on their forms. Find some forms to own if you want to. It's been really fun, and I will sleep myself. I need to sleep and eat and all that jazz. I will be back in a few hours coding up different things. At least like the video if you want and subscribe. If you want to Patreon me, that's fine. Everybody talks about that all the time. Somebody said if you actually say those words, it ups you in the YouTube AI. I think it might be a myth, but I don't know. We'll see. Take care.